decision whether to uprise, overthrow him, or join us in the struggle against him. This will be left to the people of South Sudan.
Moving on, police say here in Uganda that they have finalized their strategy to bar former Premier Mama Mbabazi from accessing Mbale town to hold his first consultation meeting. The Commander of Operations, Andrew Felix Kawesa, who has pitched camp in Mbale, said they would only allow Mbabazi to enter the town with the right credentials spelled in the law of Uganda and the NRM party. Security is still tight there.
Mbale town has been turned into a fortress as police armed with coercive instruments warn that the former Premier Mama Mbabazi will not be allowed in the area. Yet Mbabazi insists he will visit Mbale, a decision which could set him and police on a collision course. But this evening, police and other security agents were deployed in the town. It's not clear yet how Mbabazi, a politician well grounded in the murky world of cloak and dagger games, will travel to Mbale, or how he plans to beat the security deployment and sneak into the area. The Director of Operations, Andrew Felix Kawesi, warned that if Mbabazi does not abandon his plans, it portends trouble for him.
Nothing is going to happen. We are going to arrest whoever gets involved.
An issue that has raised questions about the impartiality of the police.
It was a show of political might in Mbale town as hundreds of President Yoweri Museveni's loyalists took to the streets to denounce former Prime Minister Mama Mbabazi, who is expected to hold a consultative meeting in Mbale later today. The procession, which cricket, I beg your pardon, the resort Mbale.
Region Development, Irene Muloni, Bubulo East MP,
to come and hold an event here. Just that. But once we are cleared, then we have no problem. The venue is there.
With all the controversy it has stoked, it's still unclear if Mbabazi will proceed with his first consultative meeting in Mbale on Thursday. Shiland Huchere, NTV, Mbale District.
Now, I don't know if that's just being a very good hotel manager, or, I mean, why would you call the police? And anyway, seeing also Irene Muloni there, I'm wondering, you know, she's doing a great job in energy. Did she have to actually go and take part in that procession? I'm sure, Brian, that these are making headlines in the papers today. What is happening in Mbale? Or what will be happening in Mbale?
The question probably should be, does the manager of Mbale Resort contact the police for every event at his hotel? That's the million-dollar question. And the question is also about how will Mbabazi enter Mbale today? Someone suggested that he's going to enter Mbale as a Kadodi dancer. Stay with us. We're going to look at that on Press Review. Well, it's the 9th day of July 2015. Welcome to Morning at NTV. Press Review, Joel Senyonyi this morning. If you were Mbabazi, how would you enter Mbale today?
First of all, I would make sure I'm clad like this. Yellow tie, yellow pocket square. And what else? Kadodi?
Someone suggested that he would put cassava paste on his face, and I don't imagine Babazi naked, but
that season did it not end?
No, Kadodi can be applied anytime. It's the dance. The dance can be used, and you don't need police permission for that.
Yes, circumcision and
yes, yeah.
I don't know, but you see, there's a lot of hypocrisy in the state of affairs of this country, you know, and some of us who want sanity in this country will keep pushing and saying, look, things have got to be done right. You saw, you know, that crowd that are supporting Museveni, ministers and so on. Why is it okay for that to happen? And Babazi, who wants to hold a meeting, a town hall meeting, a meeting within a hotel, he cannot be given an okay. Does he even have to be given an okay? Because you see, for example, I've seen in the Daily Monitor here, we'll get to it, Tamale Mirundi saying, who has given him permission? You know, he's holding the meeting as who? What do you mean as who? As a Ugandan, he's a citizen of this country. He's a leader. If he's saying, I want to vie for this position, what's wrong with that? Going and consulting people. For goodness sake, what is wrong with that?
So if you, Joe, isn't this the case of, you know, when a man is knocked by a border, the same man knocked. If it is Joel Senyonyi was a journalist at NTV. So it's the same thing. You can go as a Ugandan and you hold a meeting at the Serena, you consult on whatever you're consulting. You won't even ask for police permission, and we see it every day, but it's Mbabazi.
And that's the point. Look, the NRM keeps postulating as a party, you know, that is disciplined, that adheres to the rule of law. Let me tell it to you, as a Ugandan, by the way, you know, who doesn't belong to any political party, you're being hypocrites. And I'm saying this not as somebody who is a supporter of Mbabazi. For goodness sake, I'm not. I've said it again and again. Because you see, each time some of us say these things, people out there say, but that one, is he on Mbabazi's payroll? For goodness sake, I'm not. And I've said it before, and some people have even hounded me for this, you know. You know, as me, he does not convince me enough. Just as me, there are people that are convinced he would make a good president, and that's all right, yeah? Me, he does not convince me as such. But does that mean he should be treated unfairly? Absolutely not. We want to see the law take its course. Otherwise, this nonsense we are seeing here, this is becoming a banana republic. I don't like it.
Coming from Bale, we hear that locals have been paid to shun the Prime Minister. Yesterday on social media, we had that border guys had been paid, and someone here intimated that if they've been paid 10K, Mbabazi is going to come with 20K, Zabi who has
and apparently money? Has money. Over where is he getting it from?
He said he will get it from you. Yeah, the politics of, you know, cash always continuing here. And for NRM to waste money to pay these people, we're told now fuel was out because border men consumed all the fuel in Bali.
You see, look, we're talking about the shilling plummeting, and it's going to plummet a lot more. That's very unfortunate. I'm not being a doomsayer, but it's just the truth. You know, when politics keeps playing out like it is now, every politician, for some reason, they hold money, sometimes in dollar, because they know, you know, it's the safest currency and the like, and that is one of the many reasons why we are having turbulence in our economy. It's going to keep getting worse because money is going to be pumped into the economy, not for productive work, but, you know, for things such as this. And then we wonder why we are the way we are.
Well, the question is, if police is responding like this for a consultative meeting, what will they do when the campaign starts?
In a hotel, moreover. What if he said, I want a field where I can have, I don't know, a mammoth crowd of sorts?
Read about that in the Daily Monitor. On to a story. Teachers get skills to help pupils make reusable pads. This is one of the problems, especially in northern Uganda, where girls, where pads are not affordable. And so if a girl will get out of school every 5 to 7 days, right? And that means they're going to miss 1 week out of every month because they cannot afford. And at school, boys laugh at them because they're in their periods.
Very unfortunate. And again, you cannot entirely blame these boys. They don't know any better. You know, they think it's funny. They think it's, you know, they think these girls are dirty or that kind of thing. They probably have no clue. These teachers should do a lot more than just teaching the girls to have reusable pads and wash them, but also sensitize the boy child. I think it's very important. You know, men, we need to be supportive of these women. Right from that tender age, we need to know some of these things. You know, I was somewhere yesterday, and a little girl was showering. As I was visiting a place, a little girl was showering, and then, you know, another little boy went to peep. So the sister of that one came running to the father, Daddy, so-and-so is peeping at so-and-so who is showering. You know, and they had to come in, and because you see, the little boy thinks it's fun, it's, you know, but he needs to learn from that age that, look, you've got to respect women, you know, this is wrong, a thing to do, etc., etc. At that age, you need to start it. Otherwise,
this guy looks like he used to peep.
Peeping Tom.
All right, on to a very sad story here. Well, some people may think it's stupid. Man suspects neighbor, wife affair, and kills himself.
You see, what happened with this story? Apparently, the man returned home drunk, you know, began to ask the woman for hot water in the bathroom. For some reason, she couldn't put it there. Apparently, he beat her up and so on. So she ran to the neighbor. For solace, so I am told, you know, and then the neighbor said, you go back to your husband. And she said, no, you see, he'll beat me up and so on. Until I fear, okay, you spent the night here. And so when the man realized that was the case, He went and hung himself, unfortunately.
You go and beat the man, but you don't kill yourself. At least let
What has the man done?
Let the man beat you and probably kill you, and he's arrested, but you don't kill yourself. Because you suspect.
But you see, it's not the man's problem. Your wife ran there because you were clobbering her. So she went there for refuge. So what has the man done?
For giving her refuge.
His crime is taking in a married woman, eh? And
Yeah.
Okay, that is why I fear married women now.
Well, Kajina from UNRWA says big people in government are benefiting from corruption.
She can say that again.
You know, I was driving here and I thought to myself, how many battles is Kajina going to fight?
Well,
at UNRWA.
There's going to be many, but they shouldn't even be for her. For her, she should start on a clean slate. That's why there's a UNRWA probe headed by Justice Catherine Bamugemerere. It should deal with all that. For her, you know, it's actually good for her. She's starting on a clean slate. She has power to fire and hire, you know. So whatever rot was behind, the probe will deal with that. And we wait for 3 months, we are told. That's when this report will be out. So good stuff. And you see, sometimes you don't even have to fight battles. You just have to do things the right way. Make sure there are systems where there were no systems, and people will be sorted out on their own. Because you see, when there are no systems, everybody wants to use surreptitious means to have their way, crack a deal, sign a contract, etc., etc. Just put in place systems that work. Systems, you know, that are not wobbly, that cannot be shaken left, right, and center. And then somehow things sort themselves out. You know, even the most evil of people cannot steal. In countries like Rwanda, where corruption has been lessened, and look, no offense to our Rwandese friends, I don't think they are sanctimonious people, very morally upright or that kind of thing. No, it's just that there are systems that make it difficult for you to steal. And when you steal,
you pay.
Oh, you pay? That's an understatement.
You pay in whatever currency
so that's the point. Let's make systems work here. Otherwise, we cannot keep counting on people. And, you know, we keep saying Ugandans are warmly people, they are nice. Right. Ugandans are we talking about? So systems.
Yesterday we ran a story about how Kajina was before Parliament and talked to and told them about this particular Colin construction company from Turkey that is going to do this job without any procurement processes. And she said the problem is we have long procurement processes, and if we're going to set up emergency roads, then we need to get moving. And so without any bidding, this company is going to do the job, because by early next year, the road needs to be ready if we are to meet our targets.
You see, and that's provided for in the law. Challenge, though, is when a politician comes up and does that, you know, they do selective, direct selection of a contractor. Much of the time you're doubting, are we sure about this? Didn't they get a kickback and that kind of thing? Why? Because we have lost trust in these people.
So how sure are we that Kajina is not doing the same thing?
Sometimes it goes back to the kind of name one holds, because it gets back to trust. You know, when Kajina says, I am directly getting somebody that is going to do this job because we don't have time to procure, etc., etc., many a person will trust her because she's got a track record, But you see, when many of these politicians, even though they are doing it well, somehow you're thinking, no, this is shady. However lengthy the procedure is, let's go through it. And you find we have wasted time, we have lost out on money, because this is an oil road, we are told. We have been talking about oil for donkey's years. Yeah. We are yet to make good use of it, So, but you see, when she comes out and says that, somehow she's believable because she's got a track record to it. But you see, many of these politicians, when they do that, you're thinking, no, let's investigate. Did they get a kickback? Did they, I don't know, whatever the case might be. Falling shilling is a sign of collapsing state. This is according to the opposition. You see, when you look at what's happening in the economy, and you do not need to be so perspicacious as an economist, yeah? The underlying word is one. Indiscipline.
Of who?
Of us as a country. Wherever there are financial issues, either as an individual, as a family, as a church, as a group of people, as a nation, it's indiscipline. Then you can adumbrate the many reasons under that. If as an individual you, I don't know, usually have more month at the end of the salary, much of the time it is indiscipline. Yes, of course, sometimes we have a lot more to take care of. You've got children here, then, your brother passed on and they left children for you. You've got, and all that. But much of the time, the underlying factor is indiscipline. As a country, we are not disciplined financially, so. This is bound to happen. And look, it is going to keep happening until we wake up and become disciplined.
Well, next week we'll be having some officials again from Bank of Uganda to explain this. Last week we couldn't, do a lot because we didn't have enough time. So prepare those questions, and when they get here, we will be tasking them to explain to us what is the future of the shilling. A Muslim suspect here saying that he was forced to eat pork. What do you do if he is responsible and, at the moment he's a suspect? But
was that by police or by terrorists? I've not read that story.
But by he's a suspect, so that.
Or sometimes they talk about how they were ill-treated within police cells, etc.
Which is expected if your fellow inmates mistreat you.
Sometimes it's fellow inmates. Sometimes it is police officers.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's unfortunate because they are Muslims, so that's taboo for them.
Well, he says that security operatives forced him to eat pork. They brought him chips and pork. But if this man is responsible for the loss of more than 70 lives, does he have the moral authority to complain about eating pork? Didn't he lose that right?
Has he been proven guilty?
Well, that's why I'm using the word if.
Yeah, so let's first prove that he's guilty.
If he is guilty of, the crime, didn't he lose that right to anything the day he decided to be a terrorist?
And look, at the risk of sounding puritanical, even criminals have rights. That's why I get bothered when you see somebody has, they are saying he has stolen something and then everybody's beating them up. The other day there's a guy that has stolen a t-shirt, so we are told, in one of those places. And people were bringing these briquettes and stuff and they were hit. It's like they were killing a snake.
What will you do to Kazinda if you are...
But you see, the other challenge with that is that much of the time, this person is just a suspect. Right. You're not even sure. You have just come, they've said, oh, maybe you also get something and begin to hit them. There are people that have died innocently, by the way. Sometimes even the thug themselves, as they are chasing them, he also looks at another person and, oh, maybe you.
Yeah.
So now they begin to chase after you. No, mob justice is just wrong. Everybody has rights. So if this person is guilty, let's probe everything and prosecute them. And then the law takes its course. Some disturbing news here. Well, not too disturbing, depending on who you ask. Cabinet approves 42 new constituencies. You know that currently we have 385 members of parliament? Well, of course, when you add the ex-officials and all, it comes to about 400. So that is going higher. We are bloating our expenditure. For some reason, we think that now services are going to get closer to the people, and we have convinced people. We have inoculated Ugandans with that thinking of, you see, when you have another district, when you have another constituency, the services are going to get closer to you. I don't know why we don't take stock and ask, all right, for these constituencies that have been created over time, have things gotten better? If they have, I would be the first one to say, actually, let every, now, you see the space that Serena occupies, rather, let that become a district also. If another district, another constituency means more service delivery and so on, even this room should become a district.
I've already said wrong words already. So let me keep quiet when it comes to this, otherwise I may be summoned for using the wrong words on national television.
Who'll summon you, police? Quote of the day, this is made by Land State Minister Ida Nauntava on land grabbers. She says they have now resolved to do whatever they can so that I don't return to parliament. Hey, madam, why are you crying, foul?
Joel, supporters of Remiaga County, Member of Parliament, Sechikubo, have told the president to pardon Sechikubo or they are going to back Mbabazi.
Now, the supporters of his opponent, Hewan Kalho, are saying, look, if you accept Sechikubo back, we are going to support Mbabazi. It's a catch-22 for the president.
Between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, but maybe he'll weigh and realize, okay, who has more support? One would think it's Sechikubo. I don't know, but this Mbabazi factor is playing out literally everywhere. Because you see, I'm sure the NRM sees the likes of Sechikubo, the likes of Tinka Simire, when they begin to hobnob with Mbabazi, they have quite a bit of support. They have amassed incredible support over the years, sympathy, support, and the like. So now you know, the NRM thinks that support will go to Mbabazi. So we need to cajole these guys, get them back to the fold, and all should be well.
Well, you can also read about the Heart to Heart magazine this morning in the Daily Monitor, and here there's an interesting letter. She is too close to my friends.
You see,
how do you operate when it comes to your girlfriend's friends?
My girlfriend's friends.
I have a friend who said she cannot even hug her boyfriend's friends, like it's always. Yeah,
she's a Puritan.
Because she may give the guy an idea that, you know, there's something going on here, like that false energy.
So when you hug me, then you're in love with me. I don't know, maybe depending on how people grew up. You know, I took long to begin hugging ladies, especially.
You're late bloomer.
You could call it that, because for some reason I kept thinking, I hug her, and then everything is on my chest. I thought, my friend. Like, seriously, you know, it took a while to slowly but surely begin to gel in, you know. And nowadays,
now you just bring everything is close to your chest.
but you see, the key thing being raised here is I have a girlfriend, and then she has a male best friend. My friend, for me that is flap doodle. What do you mean you have a male best friend?
Let us at least hire a woman to be your best friend.
If that's the case. I don't know. And look, there are some ladies, you know, that are a lot more comfortable with male friends and stuff like that. And, you know, but you see, if it's to be best friend is somebody you share those intricate details about your life, you know, when you're saddened, you go and cry on their shoulder and stuff like that. Man, Mike, a girlfriend on a guy's chest, I don't want.
Read about Phile and cats. Phile loves me even though I have 6 children and 6 women.
Wait a minute, this chap has 6 children actually, in 6 women.
Chap, by the way.
How old is he?
You're a late bloomer, so you don't know how people do this thing.
Thank God I'm a late bloomer. Now that's when I get to appreciate this. Because I would have like 10.
If cats died today, there are 6 generations already out there, and they are spread all over the country. So he's doing well.
What? He's anyway.
Joel, this is true love. You need to find a girl that will love you even if you have 10 children. So,
but I'm not going to first say 10 children for me to prove that she loves me well enough.
So you can catch cats on Saturday for Exposed at 1:30 p.m. Mabel, over to you with some international news. Greece is still, for lack of a better word, in the mud, and yesterday they extended the talks to Sunday for yet another bailout plan. More of that and the rest of the other stories making headlines on the international. Maybe, in fact, before we let you go, what if your husband, right, husband is too close to his
If your husband had a female best friend.
Yeah.
Sincerely.
That is a concept that I do not understand. I have had it. There's absolutely no way you can have a female best friend who is not your spouse. If you're married, it's, as he says, flap doodle.
No, if you two understand each other, you know, your husband, of course, understands it because they're your husband. But the best friend helps you sieve those things that this partner fails to, to get.
Be best friend to your wife.
To get a man's perspective.
To get a man's perspective. I think that is something that is being sold to us by Hollywood. I remember one time Will and Jada Smith saying they have an open relationship, and that has come under a lot of scrutiny. What exactly is an open relationship? They're still married, love each other, but it's open. And you hear people of Kim Kardashian, her best friend is someone else, a white, some guy. How does it work? I don't understand it.
Can't you do that? Don't you have male friends who...
Male friends, not best friends.
I have male friends,
but
definitely. Brian, you're one of my friends. Joel, you're one of my friends. And I talk to you, but clearly I'm not going to come and cry on your shoulders. Maybe if my husband has annoyed me, but...
You
go and cry on Manmeet's shoulder.
You cry on
Exactly, I'll cry on Manmeet's shoulder.
Manmeet won't feel sorry. I am the one who will feel sorry. Manmeet will just tell you, never go back. Action.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1, you're on air.
Okay, we will start with Greece. It's quite interesting here. Finance Minister here has sent an has sent a letter to European creditors saying he is prepared to roll out reforms as early as next week. Let's bear in mind that the banks in Greece are still closed. Most of them are. And, you know, it's just a nightmare what is happening there. And we also have another story here on Reuters saying that some of these large banks will be shut and taken over. Some of the large Greek banks, yes, will be shut and taken over by stronger rivals as part of a restructuring of the sector that would follow any bailout of the country. This is regardless of whether or not fresh funds are unlocked for the government. And obviously this has been because of political and economic havoc. And it's I mean, you see the Greeks here queuing up at ATM machines. You can only withdraw, I think, 60 euros a day. Banks are still closed. It's not a nice place to be. Now, the Pope is in Bolivia. He has praised their social reforms, and he says it's a good way to spread wealth under the leftist president, Evo Morales. He also urged the world not to view prosperity as material wealth, which he warned only breeds corruption and conflict. Morales had a strained relationship with the Catholic Church, but it has now begun to thaw under the Argentine-born Pontiff's papacy, and he warmly embraced the Pope 7 years after denouncing the church as an instrument of dominion. Now, moving on here, Djokovic apparently shouted at a girl, and it's making headlines. He says he is happy to apologize to the girl. He just said towel. I think this was because of the heat of the game. That's according to him. Still more controversy at this Wimbledon, but he says, you know, there was nothing personal about that, about his outburst. That's what they are calling it. And we also have Maria Sharapova here, has been accused of unsportsmanlike behavior by the opponent she beat in the quarterfinals, and that is Coco. She says, what I felt I experienced from her moving around in between my serving motion, I don't think was sportsmanlike in my opinion. And interestingly, we are going to see them later in action. This is the Daily Mail here talking about the most bitter catfight in tennis. One's a human volcano, the other's an ice cream, and they have both loved the same man. Who are we talking about? Serena Williams and Maria Sharapova. And obviously the man, the Siberian blonde, whom they both shared, or something like that. Anyway, moving on to Sky News here, we have the Baltimore top cop being sacked as the killing. So he has been sacked by the mayor. And this is Anthony Bates here. He has been under fire as murder rates across the city have increased by 48% over the same period last year. He was also criticized for the way he handled the citywide riots following the death of Freddie Gray. We need change. Too many people have continued to die on the streets of Baltimore. And one of the reasons he was sacked, he has been replaced temporarily by his deputy. Yemen here is saying the government in exile is ready for a conditional truce on humanitarian grounds, but the rebels have rejected the offer. The Yemeni authorities have informed the Secretary General of the United Nations of its agreement to implement a truce in the coming days. This is according to President Hadi, President Hadi there. And moving on to CNN, this is an interesting story. Will you be rocking the Maasai look next fall? Fall is actually autumn. One Farm Clothing is transforming traditional wear into urban chic. This is a Kenyan clothing company, and they are getting traditional styles, as you can see here, and making them more fashionable to wear. We do know the Maasai have been known as tall and fierce warriors, but now they have become unlikely fashion icons. Beautiful inspiration here on CNN Style. ISIS is using encryption to evade the FBI. According to Washington, terror groups use encrypted programs to prevent enforcement officials from accessing their communications. And also, with the recruitment, that's how they continue to increase in number. This presents a major new obstacle to tracking terrorists, according to the FBI. And on to BBC here. India has turned into one of the world's top startup hubs as hundreds of young people embrace the challenge of setting up their own companies. So you can read more about this if you're interested in starting up your own business. Also, we have a Nigerian church run by TB Joshua. Is someone who has been in the news. It should be prosecuted. This is after one of the buildings collapsed, and the multi-story hostel collapsed last September in Lagos, killing 116 people, many of them South Africans. They said the floors could not hold, and the church was culpable because of criminal negligence resulting in the death of these people. This is what has been discovered. Well, Morning at NTV will continue right after this break.
You're watching Morning at NTV.
Effective Monday, 6 July, screening time for your favorite drama series, The Hostel, is Monday at 7:35 p.m. Behind Closed Doors will air Wednesday to Friday at 8:05 p.m. and repeats on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Brave Woman will be showing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 10 p.m. and repeats will air on Thursdays and Fridays at 11:30 a.m.
The supernatural realm of God is touching base with the earthly dimension through the office of the prophet. World events are being prophesied long before they come to pass, and they do come to pass just as precisely as they were seen.
One of them was the UPC. When a conflict arose, it became so much for the person who currently leads that party.
Now I see South Africa, and I see social unrest.
And the lives of individuals are being impacted, and their destinies are defined by the prophetic voice in our midst. It's time for all the walls of unbelief to crumble in the wake of such a clear manifestation of the supernatural realm.
Don't exist.
Corolla hacked into every type of document. Social security, driver's license, credit history, all of it. They don't exist. There's no documentation anywhere of two brothers with those two names.
You know, I don't really feel like fighting with you. Let me go!
I need to know now why you went to see Pilar.
My heart breaks again. Every time you look at Pilar. I feel like dying when she smiles, and it makes you smile back. How do you think I felt last night?
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Molondo.
The biggest talk around town is the dollar, the US dollar. Yes, much of the time we even forget to talk about the shilling. Why? Because the dollar seems to be hitting us blue-black. We want to try and understand what exactly is happening. Everybody seems to have a theory of their own. But besides the dollar, our economy as it is seems to be plunging. That's a fact. Coming up in the big story.
The big story brought to you by Taj Techno Bread, baked with perfection.
Joining me this morning is the perspicacious Dr. Fred Muhumuza. Dr. Fred is a research and policy specialist at Financial Sector Deepening. But the easier way to put it is that you are an economist. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Joel. How are you?
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
You are fine?
I am fine.
That is strange for many Ugandan people are not fine.
I have to be, in Uganda, you know, I've lived through Amin or Bote 2 and all sorts of things. We've seen it, so you can never push us anywhere below what we've seen before.
Let's try and make it as simple as we possibly can, because you see there's been too many things thrown out there.
Yes.
Even the border person talks about the dollar and so on.
And they want to charge us more.
Yes. Because of the dollar. But let's break it down in as simple as, as we possibly can do so. The Ugandan shilling seems to be plunging against the US dollar. This has been happening again and again. What causes this?
I think the main story has been told is the symptom part of it, is that we don't have enough dollars in the market and we are looking for them. Now, naturally, the dollar will go up whenever there is more demand than the supply. And that's the story we're being told. And the additional part is we haven't exported enough and we are importing more. So the dollar naturally is trying to help us sort out that. But I think the bigger underlying question where the issues we have already said, don't deal with the symptom, the fever. Find out whether you actually have malaria or a bacterial infection. So at this point, we should be asking, why are we exporting less? Even of the things that are still being heavily demanded on the market. We usually sell things like food stuff to our region here, because sometimes people used to say the standards in Europe are so high. Now, our regional neighbors eat the same quality of food that we eat. But if I hear that Ugandan homesteads, 78% of them are not sure of more than 1 meal a day. Children are not going with food at school because it's not at home. Then you have a bigger seated problem than just saying there is no demand for our products out there. We possibly don't even have the products at home. So that for me is an underlying issue, that if we only had the maize, the rice, the beans, some Sudanese, whether there is war or not, they would still be eating. Every time I go out there in Hoima and in Fort Portal, I find trucks trying to ferry away food to Rwanda. So at least there is still some demand for our food, but we seem not to have that food. Things like coffee. We have always said for the last 15 years, the coffee wilt disease has been decimating our coffee. Now the coffee season usually is from October and kind of dries out by March. But remember, the Europeans continue to take some coffee beyond that. So if you can sustain those elements of supply, I don't want to just keep blaming the world. You know, the American economy is stronger. 6 years ago, the American economy was at its weakest. This is why this crisis began. So what did the Americans do to keep the economy and build it up to the extent that it is right now stronger?
Doctor, what I hear you say is that one of the major reasons why the dollar seems to be going down, I mean the Ugandan shilling seems to be going down as compared to the US dollar, is the play of imports versus exports. Because you see, Uganda is a net importer. The last I checked, you will correct me, you should have the latest, is that we export to the tune of 7.9 trillion shillings annually, and we import to the tune of 18 trillion shillings. That's more than double.
Yeah, if you get into the dollar itself, you're talking about close to 3 to 4 of exports, including CIOs and everybody out there sending us some money. And then you're going into 6.5. So you have a shortfall of between 2 to 2.5 billion.
You've got to first acquire dollars.
You've got to first acquire the dollars, and then you buy those things.
But you see, Doctor, somebody will say we have been, this has been the case for a long time. We have been a net importer for a very long time.
Yes.
But you see, now we are talking about the dollar being at 3,500 shillings. We are told it's going to get to 3,600.
Yeah, because now,
even more. What has happened right now, really?
The gap is widening faster because we're importing more than we used to. Let's not forget what changed in the last, what has changed in the last 5 years. A lot of our infrastructure projects was being done by money that would get from abroad. So that was also another source of foreign revenues, I mean for the dollars. Now, in the last 5 years, we have had quarrels with the donors, and some of them were not happy with our corruption tendencies. Let's not forget these kinds of things. So they held up others. There were all sorts of things. Then instead of adjusting our expenditures to those realities, we instead raised them. You guys here, you were discussing earlier the new creation of constituencies. So we just stepped up and said we'll continue with the standard gauge, we'll continue with all these kind of things. And what are we using? The shilling. The contractors we are using are foreigners. But even if they are local, there is an element into that that has got to come from out there. So now government is mobilizing shillings by borrowing from the domestic market. It is also now entering into the dollar market to buy, not to put in. 10 years ago, government was borrowing out there and bringing dollars into the market. That dimension alone changes the game.
Some will say that it's not just Uganda that is suffering this, because you see, what you're bringing out goes to show that there are issues within here. But then some will say that the US dollar has actually kind of gained strength you know, in comparison to many currencies out there. Is that
yeah, it has, but not everybody is doing that, is kind of struggling. It's true. The US dollar is stronger, but this is what we call resilience of an economy. And you can do that if you have sufficient reserves, which exactly the message governor is putting out there. My gun has run short of bullets. I do not have sufficient reserves to keep fighting out there. If we did have reserves of 6 billion, instead of the 2.9, 2.8, we would be able to sustain that. So these pressures from out will always come, but you have to prepare for them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am if my father had said, well, you children are growing up in the era of Amin, everything is bad, don't blame me. The man had to find a way of putting up his family so that you don't say, but my neighbors are also going through the same thing. The people I grew up with are out there in the village. So it's okay, those pressures will always come, but don't say, my house, the roof was blown off after it happened to everybody else. What did you do yourself? Did you build that strong, versatile economy? We didn't.
What does the government do in a case such as this? Because you see, we have had the governor, Bank of Uganda, saying, look, my hands are tied, I've done everything I literally can, and as we were chit-chatting earlier on, actually that gives intrepidity to speculators, because if the governor says, look, I've done everything I can, right now I've run short of bullets, you did call them, you know, but what does the system get to do, the leadership especially? Because you see, we cannot let loose of this and let it run out of hand.
As I've said, when you have no bullets, what do? You run out of the battlefield to prepare and come back to fight another day.
So what practically should we begin to do as a country?
Now, one of the things that I've said is we even didn't do then would be now to say, how do we scale back our consumption program? Because you do not have the dollars to fuel that ambitious government program and leave something for the private sector. So we do not have enough dollars across the board. We must scale back our ambitious consumption program. Now, I remember in 2011, I think in September, I wrote an article and said, why shouldn't Uganda begin to do restructuring like is being done in Europe? This was just 2 years, 3 years into the crisis. And everybody globally was trying to realign the economies to match that kind of storm that was coming. We didn't. And I'm surprised, or not surprised, that even now in this kind of situation, we are not taking those serious decisions we need to do to prepare for the rainy day that is continuing and going to continue for quite a while. The dollar right now, as I've said, is a fever. But that's not the problem. The fever actually is coming from an underlying infection. And that is why you need to dig deep. The solution won't be found tomorrow or today. You can go to the IMF and borrow for short term. IMF lends you those kinds of monies. You bring in $1 billion, begin to sell them, stabilize it. But that's what Greece did in 2011 when the Italians said, Berlusconi, you are an elected president, but we don't see you able to get us out of this economic quagmire. Get on the side. They brought in a technocrat, made the reforms that needed to do, shelved their politics. But because they needed to save the Italian economy. Those are the tough decisions you have to take right now. If you are to get to 2017 and you're still not blaming the American and say, you see the Americans, you see it's everybody. You've got to take the tough decisions. But I don't see our politics of the day being able to do that if we have just increased the constituencies to 42. And yet I thought we were going to cut them down by 420 rather to 0, because they are now 385.
I hear you talk of austerity measures.
Yes, we don't get
which
out of
means
that.
we broaden our tax base and we lessen on consumption. Really?
No, it's not even about broadening the tax base. It's about stimulating that demand out there. I always said there's what we call dead weight loss in economics, that if government hasn't collected the taxes, we have lost it. It's not true. The private sector which retained it, the Joel who didn't pay those taxes, is possibly looking after a sibling or some other person. So the economy hasn't entirely lost out that money. So broadening the tax base is not necessarily the answer. The answer is, how do you get the economy back on trail? How do we get interest rates from the current, people always say 22%, but 22% is for prime borrowers. You're not one of them, I'm not one of them. That is for very few people. Majority of us are borrowing at 30, 35, 40, 25. Now, if you can't bring down those interest rates lower, you won't get the economy coming back, because it's a private sector-led economy. When I borrow at 25%, when I borrow at 30%, you don't expect me to produce for export. Little wonder many Ugandans have now gone to invest in treasury bonds. If I have 10 billion shillings today, what's the best investment to do? Not growing for export. I go and lock it up in treasury bonds. Every 3 months they give me 1.2 billion. And I go and play golf. Now, the exports are not there, but by playing golf, I want to import because I have the money. So already the distortion continues. These are underlying structural issues that we need to take tough decisions to fix. Every Ugandan is now happy to tell you how many hectares of eucalyptus trees and pine they have planted. Those are market signals. You have given wrong signals to the people with money to invest in things that don't grow the economy. So you have got to address that. Because the interest rate of 30%, nobody is going to set up a factory. Nobody is going to set up a garden at those rates. To bring them down, you need to get back the government deficit. Remember, government is the one borrowing at 17% every 2 years. You got to get government out of that market. Then the private sector will come back. So those are the seasons, tough ones. And then eventually 2017, 2018, you begin to see the fruits of this, and then the shilling begins to get back to its level.
The shilling seems not to be the only issue that is deleterious to our economy. We are now in election period for all intents and purposes. Everybody is moving all over the place. Money is being splashed out left, right, and center. And some will say this is actually one of the other reasons that is devaluing our shilling. Besides, the fact that, yes, we don't have much of the dollar here and so on. But you see, that's because the dollar is scarce. But you see, again, when the Uganda shilling is all over the place, like I do not know what, stones, that is a problem too. Because you see, we're having politicians going and dishing out money, and this money is not being pumped into the economy for productive purposes. Is that the other one?
That's exactly what I've said when the Italians faced this 2010-11. They told the politicians first get aside and we sort out this. This is an economic issue. Not everybody eats politics. Maybe 1% of Ugandans eat politics. The rest of them line up for 5,000, 2,000 shillings and they clap and gather around for a t-shirt that wears off in a week. But the rest of the people eat this day-to-day economy. So you cannot begin to gratify the 2% at the expense of the others. We've got to sort out that political problem. If we're like the Italians, this would be the point to say, how do we bring everybody on board? Forget about the 2016 election. Let's maybe find another government that will resolve the economic issues and give every Ugandan a benefit.
But otherwise, the same Ugandans you're talking about are the ones that will cry foul if a politician goes to campaign and is not given them transport, facilitation,
because that's the whole point.
etc. So I'm thinking, are Ugandans actually realizing that this thing is insidious to us individually, but our economy too? So we need to, extricate ourselves from it.
They have to be led, because if the window for politics is open, the politicians will play their game. If you close that window and open the economic window, then the dimension changes, the discussion changes. Then you begin to go down to the people to say, how do we get back to growing coffee? How do we get back to preventing banana bacteria wilt? These are the things that have decimated our foods, and they have been there for the last 15 years. And when you try to equip our scientists with a science law that will enable the research, somebody went and found a small phrase in the whole bill and said, oh, this is a GMO bill. But it was about a lot of research in medical practice, a lot of research in agriculture, a lot of research everywhere. And it has been in Parliament, it has been with the politicians for the last donkey years. Without that, you cannot step up coffee production. You're not going to be able to step up production of bananas, of maize, because the diseases we have are new. You need new science to deal with those diseases, to step up the production. This economy is not producing enough. That's the bottom line. Either for itself or for the foreigners. You've got to fix that.
I prognosticate a situation where things are going to get worse.
If
this
you keep
year as it
the
ends, and even especially the start of next year.
Because the election is yet, the money is yet even to trigger.
Or that's a fact?
The money is yet even to trigger for the election, because
so we have not begun. This is nothing.
No, this is nothing. This is some kind of, not even the precursor of the party, because the Electoral Commission hasn't even removed the lead. So even these guys, as they spend, they are spending quietly, very little money, so just planning how they will spend, but they are yet to spend. That phase is coming next. And then you'll see inflation go through the roof, because they are going to spend domestically. This is domestic currency. So that will also begin now to trigger the two imbalances. You have more demand for domestic products which are not there, inflation will go up. The central bank will raise the central bank rate. Interest rates will go to 30% again. And then you'll again kill the very source of the solution, which is the private sector production.
The layman reasoning would be that, look, if politicians are doling out money and it's all over the place, the people who are being given money are not, I don't know, throwing it to Kenya. They're going to the market, they will go to Chikubo and buy something. That means, this money is still within the system. Those that get a lot more money, they will buy land. Others are going to put up structures. And
where does the Chikubo money get his
that this money actually, there's a ripple effect. It's still playing out within the economy. So things should not be getting worse, but better.
It doesn't. Because the whole point is when you go to Chikubo, you're going to buy mivumba. They are not made here. So again, it futures into the dollar market. And the shilling again loses its value. Because this man has got to go out. Every time you have that difference between imports and exports, in economics we term it as a leakage. It is this one that your bucket is leaking. Because you are importing things worth $6 billion and exporting things worth $3 billion. So every year you are losing out some $3 billion to foreign economies. Every year you are creating those jobs abroad, not here. I told people, if you want a job in Uganda, you go and grow wheat in Russia. Because every time you eat a commando, you have supported the Russian wheat grower rather than a Luwero coffee or kind of cassava grower. So when the politicians pump their money here, and we all go down buying phones, smart ones and the crazy ones, we use more of the MTN airtime, and then eventually we begin to say, you see, MTN made money, the corporates are now buying to repatriate their money. That's exactly a distortion in the market that you must fix. And that for me is the underlying bacteria infection. Forget about the exchange rate, forget about the inflation. That is the fever. Don't focus on the fever by just sitting the patient in the swimming pool and say he will eventually cool down. No, the infection will soon kill that fellow, and by the time you look back, he's floating dead.
I hear you say that maybe government should focus a lot more. Well, they've been talking about this infrastructure, industrialization. That's the productive economy.
It's part of the problem. It's part of the, because there's what we call stock and there's what we call a flow. If you build your house and there's nobody renting it, your wealth is big. You are worth the size of that house, which is possibly 1 billion shillings. But if you're not getting anybody renting that house, which is the flow, the monthly payments the guys are giving you, the bank is going to come and take over your house because you are not meeting your loan obligations on a monthly basis. So building infrastructure without a complementary private sector doesn't help. Greece has one of the best infrastructure in this world, but their banks are closed. I've just said I work with the financial sector deepening. I want to bring the poor into the market. Now when I was coming, I said, look, in Greece, everybody, 100% of everybody is excluded from the financial sector because the banks are closed. And it's not a bank holiday. There's no money in them. Every time you put money into the Greece banks, it doesn't stay. It flows out back to Europe because they're importing from Europe. So it's just this conduit of things, and that's what Uganda can be, that every time you put new money here, we all go to buy things that we do not produce here, so the money goes out. You've got to sort out that underlying infection. And I do not see the politics of the day looking in that direction. I do not see the technocrats of the day looking in that direction.
Look, I am imagining many Ugandan out there watching us, they are in a state of despondency, they feel hopeless, they feel worried.
Sadly.
And they're wondering, what do we do? What can an individual do? Because you see, as we talk about the shilling, etc., there's a ripple effect to the individual. You might not even be a politician and say, well, I'm extricated from the politics so the politicians can do their thing. It doesn't bother me. It does at the end of the day. What does an individual Ugandan do to keep their head above the water in such times?
That's actually the problem, as you're saying, just keeping the head, because the rest of the body is already submerged.
Well, that's the least one can do. It's a starting point.
Because yesterday I found an old lady who definitely is in her 50s by the look of things, unless she has wear off or worn off very fast, carrying a basket of bogoya. And I said, look, at this woman who is 50, carrying, this is just keeping the head above the waters. It's unfortunate that they can't do much, like the governor says, they can't do much. But these are things where the government has to come in and take those tough decisions that benefit everybody. Definitely this woman and the people you are describing are not going to reaping any benefits as we speak on whether Mama Babas is finally allowed to address that rally in Mbale or Muntu goes everywhere. It's those long-term things, like we did, and as I said, our parents did in their mean days. How do you keep that head above the water? We had to do away with sugar. We had to do away with all those luxuries. We ate dodo, but at least there was food in the home.
Now that's when government comes in, and look, government is going to take a while to come in. We have seen that happen before, and maybe we should not count too much on them, even though we should, because that's what they are. That's what we hired them to do. But I'm thinking about the individual who is thinking, all right, as I wait for government to do what it's supposed to do, it looks like right about now government is concentrating on 2016. So for now, government is an absentee father, whether we like it or not. So what does the individual do?
The individual they have to dig, as I've said, you have to dig into your own reserves, check your own individual expenditures. If you can tick some boxes off, please do. Because you're not going to begin to say, but it's happening to all my neighbors, as I've said. You've got to sort out your own budget. Are you still living in a 3-bedroomed house? Maybe it's time to move into a 2 or 1. Are you still having that luxurious car that consumes? If you can fuel it, it's okay, but if you're doing it on loans, please scale back. I'll give you another experience I had like 3 years ago. I was supporting an old boy of mine with children in school and here, telling me my wife is now going out, we are sick. And I kept fueling and supporting him. And then he sends me an SMS to say, thank you for praying for us. We got another baby boy. I stopped. I looked at my solution as a problem. I stopped. Me, I have stopped on a few kids because I'm seeing tight times ahead. You are continuing? So that's exactly the same thing. Everybody must now say, supposing I do not get that salary increase, supposing I do not get this, how best do I fit in? So you've got to keep your head above the waters. For heaven's sake, the storm is still on. And we are going to keep blaming the global events because they are going to continue. Europe is still in recession. That's one area where we export and within the region. But we import from Asia, where we literally export literally nothing. Very minuscule thing that we send to Asia. So our balance of where we buy from and where we sell from also needs to be sorted out. So we need to focus more, and we have had this craze of saying we must industrialize. That we can do later. But in the immediate run, can we do agriculture? Because the Rwandese, the Sudanese, the Congolese, the Ugandans want to eat this food, and they can't find it. Those are the things we must fix for the Ugandan today, that if this person goes back and they have food in their homes, because it is domestically produced and has nothing to do with the dollar, thank you very much. That's a good beginning. The rest can begin from there.
I'll tell you, many people out there are probably hanging their heads in their hands. Dr. Fred Muhumuza, some will call you a prophet of doom, but
no, but this is what the governor is saying.
You need to tell us the truth.
If you have run short of bullets, don't go into the battlefield.
And
it's time to retreat.
Absolutely. We need to be brutally honest with ourselves.
It's time to retreat, and governor has been very sincere. I have no more bullets in this gun, so don't send me to the battlefront, because you'll be committing suicide. Let's retreat. When we find the bullets, we can always come back and win that war.
Thank you for opening our eyes.
Always a pleasure.
Let's prepare for the harder times ahead.
Thank you very much.
Coming up is my opinion. There's many words that can describe what our economy is going through. An imbroglio, a predicament, a quandary. I'm sure you have many other words. Look, we need to wake up. I think we do. As our leaders, you need to do something about this. It's not right that as a country, we're importing to the tune of $6 billion and we're exporting to the tune of $3 billion. Now what that means is that you are probably earning 3 million shillings, but you're spending 6 million as an individual. How does that work? We need to wake up. We surely need to wake up. And as individuals, maybe it's time we began to cut down slowly but surely on our budgets. That's a hard thing to do if you've been living a certain lifestyle and now you have got to tone down. It's hard, but you see, to prevent yourself from becoming impecunious, now that means totally broke, we need to take tough decisions. Are we willing to take these tough decisions? That's the big story for this morning. Thanks a bunch for joining us. Coming up in a bit, Everyday Life. I hope it will be, a little bit more rhapsodic than the big story has been. Sad things that we are telling you, but the kind you need to hear. Everyday Life in a bit.
Our bread is baked under the principles of good hygienic practices. Agents and distributors, call the numbers on your screen for more information. Taj Techno Bread, baked with perfection.
You're watching Morning at NTV.
It's time to take action to end child marriage in Uganda. Nearly 50% of 20 to 49-year-old women in Uganda today were married by the age of 18. That's 3 million women in Uganda today. That's many dreams crushed. Every night from June 29th to July 8th, 2015, watch a series of features that will explore the issue of child marriage and its consequences in Uganda. And we want to know your story. How are you or somebody you know contributing to end child marriage in Uganda? Tell us on at NTV, at UNICEF, at YouReport, and potentially be featured on NTV. It's time to take action to end child marriage in Uganda. Hashtag End Child Marriage UG.
That's why she uses new geisha with extracts from nature that make it mild enough to use for the whole family. New geisha, mild care for your family skin.
Oba onyumirwa ebyemizannyo jangu nkulage.
Johnson, the boyhood Newcastle United man, Derek, flying in the face of all football logic. A magnificent goal by Robin van Persie. Ferdinand! Everton lead at Old Trafford. Walcott, Giroud! Suarez. Super Suarez. Hazard backs it up.
Gentlemen, Jesus came to set you free and to be free indeed.
In life, you don't wait. Yeah. There are certain times where you wait for certain decisions, but when it comes to taking action and choices, you have to move.
Jesus Christ found me, and he actually asked me a question, whether I wanted to live or to die.
Every day of my life was struggling. It's just that God has given me this kind of hope.
GXP every Sunday only on NTV, your official inspiration station. On the next episode.
Really, Meenakshi? You are the smartest in this house. No one can act better than you in the entire world, you know. That poor doctor couldn't understand.
Sandhya, I'm going to Delhi. I've not been out of Rajasthan since I was born.
Even I don't know the place. And anyway, you will be busy with the competition there. So what will I do with you over there?
No, Sandhya, but...
Watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji and Brian Mulundo.
Well, we're thankful that you have joined us this Thursday, the 9th day of July. This is Morning at NTV. And if you were born this day, happy birthday to you. You share your birthday with the gentleman who acted in Green Mile, You've Got Mail, Sleepless in Seattle, Saving Private Ryan, Forrest Gump, Castaway, Saving Mr. Banks, Da Vinci Code, and I could go on and on and on. Today is the birthday of Mr. Thomas Jeffrey Hanks. He was born in 1956 in Concord, California. It's good to know, reading his profile earlier, that he suffered a couple of flops in his earlier career, admitting that he wasn't probably one of the best actors then. He also had a number of flops at the box office. And he has gone on to become one of the most highly paid actors. And he has a current movie coming out. We have a clip of that movie.
Outside of this room,
We are engaged in a war with the Soviet Union. This war does not, for the moment, involve men at arms. It involves information.
Something important has come up. We've got a Soviet spy. But there's a wrinkle. They got our spy pilot with a head full of classified information. The Russians want their man back before he cracks. We want you to negotiate the swap.
I'm an insurance lawyer. I'm not sure I want to pick that up.
Are you good at what you do?
This will be a first for the both of us.
You should be careful.
I'm talking to you about the security of your country.
Why aren't we hanging him? He's a spy!
You're asking me to violate the Constitution.
Do you know how people will look at us? The family of a man trying to free a traitor?
Everyone deserves a defense. Every person matters. Where do they want this negotiation?
East Berlin.
Just tell me that you're not going to be in any danger. I don't even care if it's the truth.
We need to have the conversation our governments can't.
People in my country consider this an act of war.
You can call it what you want. Let's be clear. Nobody.
We're in a battle for civilization.
The Constitution. It's what makes us Americans. Shouldn't we show our enemies who we are?
Just started to fall apart.
Is this your position or your government's? Is there any outcome here where I'm not either detained or
to worry about you? And you don't know what the game is.
The next mistake our countries make could be the last one.
Tom Hanks, and you can catch that movie to be released, I believe, later on this year. Well, today on Everyday Life, Malcolm Muyinda is going to be hosted by Brian. Looking at his Facebook page here, he is someone who is very passionate about fruits, being known as a fruit vendor. I wonder, on the streets of Kampala, well, I saw something interesting here where he talks about his favorite fruit being the grapefruit, and I'd like to put him to task to actually find out where does he get grapefruit in Uganda, because I do know that it is actually a kind of bitter fruit. It's not the little grapes we know, but what is actually called the grapefruit is something bitter, but he says it is a miracle fruit. Well, I'm sure Brian is dying to ask him all these questions and how he has turned his passion into a business. Yes, Brian.
What is your favorite fruit?
My favorite fruit, I like things that are sweet. So a mango and grapes. I do like grapes, you know, things that are sweet.
Do you like any fruit out of the ordinary? Okay, stuff like that is not grown in Uganda.
Well, I've tried the kiwi fruit a couple of times. And it's interesting. It's very furry, but it is quite nice. Yes, I would say the kiwi fruit is my favorite non-Ugandan fruit. And
Would you vend passion fruit on the streets of Kampala?
I don't know if I would do it on the streets. I would maybe come to your office, Mr. Mulondo, Garage Group, and sell you fruits, and to your neighboring, friends there. I do not know if I would do it on the streets, and that's why I really want to hear from Malcolm if he actually goes to the streets. I know he has a radio job. He's still on radio.
All right. Well, let's get started. During the day, he's a radio manager at 95.9 Touch FM. And in between there, he makes sure he gets that fruit to you. We're going to look at the story of Malcolm Muyinda. Many of the people in our circles call him the fruit man. That's a nice name, right?
It is.
That's coming up on Everyday Life.
Life
is brought to you by
on Star Times.
Malcolm Muyinda, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Brian.
You are a sensation on Facebook.
Thank you.
You started as a joke. You just said, I remember your first post, guys, anyone who needs fruit, then you posted just passion fruit.
Yeah. I started with Katunda, passion fruits. Actually, I started with 3 bags. And it has been growing. I've expanded now to different fruits, and the growth is good. I can't complain.
How did you think about this? Like many young people, want to be in the corner office.
Yeah.
You have, a very good job as a radio manager. You did that, before even you went to Touch FM. And all of a sudden, fruits were all like, Malcolm,
You know, I've always been passionate about fruits. In my household, I always buy fruits, and I like them a lot. I also been, I like calling people hustling on the streets. I've been selling different things, connecting people here and there. And then one time, actually, I got a phone call from a Kenyan who wanted to meet. He told me, you're the kind of person who links people to different things. So I told him, yeah, no problem. So we met. He wanted about 3,000 tons of fruits, passion fruits, the one local, Ugandan. And 3,000 tons a week is a lot. So I tried to make phone calls, and I was talking to so many different people, and everyone actually said, you know what, I have the fruits, but you know, I have customers, they're booked out. So in the meantime, as I'm talking to guys, I finally came across people who actually have the fruits. When I talked to the Kenyan guy, he had already gotten a supplier because it took long. So I said to myself, how am I going to do? What am I going to be telling people? So I talked to one of the friends I talked to. She deals in fruit. She has been there for like about 2 years now. So she told me A, B, C, D, like this is how much you make, this is how much you can put in. And I told her, yeah, let me actually start. She gave me 3 bugs on loan.
What?
Yeah, 3 bugs on loan. I saw those bugs like in just one day, and through friends.
Those are the bugs you posted?
Yeah, those are the first 3 bugs I posted on Facebook. I saw them in one day. The following day I asked for 4 bugs, and she gave me 4 bugs.
On loan?
On loan. I was passionate about it, and she knows how passionate I am about certain things. I love making money. I love making money.
How long have you been doing this business now?
It's a few years now. It's about 6 months. But if you actually ask anyone around Kampala, you actually think that I've been in it for quite a longer period.
Yes, it feels, you know, a very long time. Wow. Have you met people who, you know, I was told of a story where, I think you talked about it on your Facebook page too, you were supposed to deliver the passion fruit, but I think someone expected a guy in an overall, then you came through in your, you know, smart.
It happened, I was actually at Kisementi. The client told me, let's meet at Kisementi. Then he gave me my passion fruits. So I reached there, and then she calls me. She was actually just across me. She calls me, like, where are you? I'm like, I'm right here in front of you. Because I saw them, you know, talking on the phone. She's like, hey, I was looking for a vendor. I'm like, I am a vendor. just what we call maybe a modern vendor. And this is how I be when I'm delivering my passion fruits. Yeah.
How do you balance this with your job? You're a manager at Touch FM.
Yes, I am.
How do you do that?
In the beginning, it was a lot easier because actually I could maybe take my lunch break and go bring for brand. I'm already delivering at NTV, then run away and then doing that. But you see now the growth has been immense, and I'm getting phone calls every single minute. Phone calls start from 5 o'clock in the morning to about 10 p.m. And it's kind of hard a bit because my 8 to 5 job.
Yeah. I
need to find time and then go and deliver. I was trying to look for someone who can actually do deliveries for me, but you know, people are not reliable.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're bad with customer care. The way I talk to you, if you come and I give you a bad product, it's not a bad product, but if you didn't like it, I can come and tell you, you know what, I will replace it for you. But if you're using maybe border amount, just come and deliver. Yeah, so it's a bit hard, but in the end of it all, you need to find how you can balance the two, and not so bad so far.
Hasn't this affected the way you perform, you know, at Touch FM? The business is good, but the 8 to 5 is also needs to be kept.
It needs to be kept, yeah, but you find that when you step away for a few times, maybe lunchtime, you come and compensate. So you leave office longer hours. You spend more time where you were leaving at 5 o'clock, now you're leaving at 8 or 9 o'clock because you need to balance out a few things here and there. But also you find myself that because being a radio manager, you need to monitor what's going on radio and to talk to clients and do so many things. So as I'm doing Katunda, I'm actually meeting Brian who has business. You get, so it's a two-win thing. I come to you, you have a company and say, actually we do this at Touch FM, can basically do advertising for you. So where I'm delivering Katunda for you, I'm also getting business. Yeah?
That's
it's
brilliant.
A two-way thing, yeah.
That's brilliant. Are you just going to do Katunda now? You know, you've progressed. What other fruits have you progressed to?
I started off with Katunda, passion fruits, the local one. Then, you know, the season, the agriculture things are seasonal.
Yeah.
So the season actually, there was scarcity. The season was off. So I said to myself, am I just going to be off the season?
Yeah.
I wait for the next season to make money. So I ventured into oranges. I ventured into tangerines. Yeah, the local stuff from farmers in Soroti. Recently I got a farmer from Mamolata, very nice oranges. And from there, then I moved on to imported fruits. Now we're bringing in...
you import fruits now?
There's a company that I'm working with that actually I place my orders, then they bring in for me. So whatever I want, I tell them I want a box of kiwi, a box of this, or boxes of this.
So that's for stuff that's not grown in Uganda?
Yeah, that's for stuff that's not grown in Uganda. Like kiwi, for instance. She was talking about kiwi. Yeah, very healthy fruit, very nice fruit, one of my favorite. Grapefruit, very healthy. It has got so many health benefits, and I keep on telling people, if you go, I mean, everyone has a smartphone. You go on Google and say health benefits of a grapefruit, you'll be amazed. Yeah.
Well, you can actually call us live on air and ask Malcolm any questions. If you want delivery, I have my pen. I could do that after the show because he's a boss somewhere. We don't need him there. But young people, this should be an inspiration for you. What do you tell young people who see you doing this job? And you know, we have this stereotype that if you do, for example, if you're in agriculture, you know, Uganda, we do not understand that that's where the money is, that's where the potential is. We are blessed as a country, but we still we're clamoring for the job at, you know,
At NTV.
Yes, at NTV. I want to be like Brian. Yet Brian is not making a lot. He's just doing so many things to collect all
Making a few millions. Well, the thing is, I've learned that there's no job that is actually too bad for you. All jobs, that's where the money is. If you find me packaging Rotunda, I'm all dirty and sweaty because I find myself, it is the hardest thing I've done, frankly speaking. Yeah, because my day starts at 4 o'clock in the morning. If I get phone calls at 4, farmers have come, they say, the stuff has arrived, and you have to get out of bed.
They're in the market?
Stuff. Yeah, they've arrived in the market. Yeah, all the buses from the Rotunda, they come from as far as Kisoro, Kasese. I got a phone call yesterday from a guy who's going to give me fashion fruits from Arua. Yeah, so they come on a bus, and you have to go, bring them in the morning, pack them. Because you get packs and then you pack packs. Yeah, so it's the hardest thing. But one thing I've learned is the jobs that actually despise, that's where the money is.
Malcolm, hold that thought. Good morning, you're live on Morning at NTV. Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning, boss. Your name and where you're calling from?
Yeah, good morning. I'm calling from the Mumbai.
Yes, boss. Your comment.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go on with your comment or question.
Yeah, I wanted to know, like, from the speaker, around how much do I need to start this?
To start the business?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll take another phone call. The number is on your screen, 0414-563-462. Call us and ask Malcolm any question that you want. Malcolm, the day starts at 4, but let's first answer his question. You talked about having this 3 sacks on loan. You didn't have capital, actually.
They didn't have capital.
But right now, how much would you tell someone to start the business that you're doing?
Right now, before even going into money, I ask someone, what are you passionate about? I'm passionate about fruits. I love fruits. And there's no, because for instance, I started with 3 sacks. You could start with half a sack. How do you do it? You first of all market to your friends. I know Brian, I tell Brian, and I have katunda, I have cassava, I have green pepper. You get, how much do you need? Because that's how I did. I went on my Facebook, WhatsApp. I've got all these WhatsApp groups and tell guys, I'm bringing in passion fruits tomorrow. All the 3 sacks I sold to my friends. Yeah.
They're your first customers.
Your first customers should always be your friends. We eat. Can you go without food? No, you can't. So you just start with your friends.
Good morning. You're live on Morning at NTV. All right, when you call us, please step away from your TV. We're getting feedback here, but proceed with your comment or question. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, madam, your name and where you're calling from. Okay, we lost that one. Malcolm, yes, you are telling us about our friends being our first clients.
Your friends should always be your first clients. Your friends eat. If you're going to be dealing in foodstuffs, I mean, why should I go to sell to someone else I don't know when Brian is here and Brian is going to eat? Yeah? And even if you're making so little money, even if I go to Brian and I say you katunda 10,000 and I'm making up 2,000 shillings, that is 2,000 shillings you didn't have yesterday. You get? And you've got at least 30 friends who you know, if I sold this to the person, they'll definitely buy. And your friends support you. That's the beauty. They're there actually to support you.
All right, Yusuf, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing, Brian?
Your question.
How is Malcolm doing?
Malcolm is fantastic. You want to talk to him?
Yeah, no. I wanted to talk to you directly.
Yes.
My question is, my query is, the problem with Ugandans is that now everybody wants to copy and go into passion fruit. The guy who just called in, I hear how much capital is it. Malcolm is talking about doing something you're passionate about, and he's doing passion fruit. Ugandans we have to move on from there and get to tap into our passions to make money. Let's stop this thing of copy and paste. It makes me sick.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. That's very important.
It is very important.
So you've had friends who come to you and tell you,
yes,
how to do this business.
I've met so many people who tell me, how do you do it? And I'm not selfish, because the market is big, Brian.
Yeah.
The market, we are supplying about only 10%. I get orders that I cannot fulfill. So if you do want to come and join Butunda, if you're passionate about it, then you come and teach you.
It's the same thing with Vanilla. All of us went there and lost.
My mother actually went to do Vanilla, and she made losses. Yeah, so she learned her lessons.
Right. I'm sure it's not all roses. I mean, you have a day that starts at 4 a.m. I'm sure your neighbors must be saying, guy on. What does he do that makes him get out of bed at 4 a.m.?
My neighbors, sometimes actually they ask me, what do you do? Until they started seeing me parking Butunda at midnight. Sometimes actually there was a time I was parking up to 3 in the morning, and I was dozing as I'm parking, because I knew if I don't do this in the morning, tonight, I won't have time in the morning. But it is a lot of hard work. You know, when you see me here on TV, just because I'm doing it, it's a lot of hard work. But it's actually the hard work that really pays, you get. Because now I have an 8 to 5, then after that I have to go. My social life has changed a bit. Yeah, my friends are complaining, I'm not interacting with them. But I kept, I tried to explain to them, tell them, you know what, I'm hustling right now, like using the word hustling right now. In the end of it all, I'm looking at so many things. I have 2 daughters. Yeah. They inspire me a lot because I'm doing this for them. Actually, Zara's Fruits is named after my first daughter.
I saw a picture of her, sorting out this passion fruit.
I'm trying to teach her from a tender age how to do this. Because at the end of the day, I want this to grow on, and then it's pushed on from me to my daughters, and they take over from me.
Look at that, Malcolm. Wow. I don't know how many young people think like that. Good morning. Okay, we have to break this. We have a phone call live from Moses Akena, who is with the convoy of Mama Mbabazi on the way to Mbale. Good morning, Akena. Please tell us.
Good morning.
Please update us on the situation right now. We know that you are on your way to Mbale with Mama Mbabazi's camp.
Exactly. He left his home at 7:50. Without any incident, of course, and drove through the center of town to Chireka, and now we are in Mukono. We are in Mukono. No any incident. Of course, the convoy is in 2 vehicles, 2 Land Cruiser cars, V8, one belonging to the office of the Prime Minister, which he got while still at office. So we're moving without, we're not seeing any police deployment, any attempt to stop him. So as for now, there's nothing much that shows that it's going to be stopped. But of course, there's a lot of excitement from the people we are meeting on the way. We're seeing many people getting excited and then waving at him. But he's also not looking really bad that he's on his phone, he's on his iPad, and not waving back to the people.
Moses, is there, fear that probably police is going to intercept you somewhere on your way? Is Amama ready for that if it happens?
Well, that's the feeling that has, of course, been going on since yesterday. And apparently from the police we've seen, especially the traffic, they're not so much concerned about him. And from what I saw, no one really took keen interest on him except the people. But that is the fear, and that is what people think, that probably on the way it could be intercepted and stopped by the police. But we don't know where and how.
Have you been able to talk to him about his plan? Because the hotel says, well, they canceled, they need notification from the police, and while he was able to pay and book, it looks like the consultative meetings won't happen. What is he going to do when he gets to Mbale?
Well, Brian, apparently he came out of his gate really very fast. He didn't even lower his windows, and despite attempts by a number of journalists who are gathered there to get a word from him, he wasn't really willing to tell us that. So we don't know what he's thinking, but he looks relaxed really in his car. So we don't know what will happen later from the way to Mbale.
All right, thank you so much, Moses Akena. We'll get back to you in a bit, and yeah, make sure you're safe in case you encounter tear gas on the way to Mbale.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you so much. They are Moses Akena, a journalist from NTV, who is trailing Babazi on the way to Mbale. We'll be making sure that we update you. Later, we'll also have Shilandu Chire, who is live in Mbale, to tell us more about the mood there. Babazi is expected to be at in Mbale for his consultative meetings, which police says they will block because he has no permission to hold these meetings. NTV will stay on top of this. Malcolm, before we let you go, what do you want to say to young people right now that are watching the show? You know, many of them have been stepping on these streets with brown envelopes. Every time I see someone with a brown envelope, even if it has a company name, I'm thinking, boss, you're looking for a job. What do you want to say to them? Because you have an 8 to 5, which is a great job, but you're doing something that no one expected you to.
Well, what I could say is that let's not despise any kind of job. The dirty jobs, I like calling them the dirty jobs that get you involved, are the jobs where the money is. Even if you're making 2,000 shillings today, 1,000 shillings off a product, that is better. For instance, I like telling people, if I have Brian, who is having a corporate job, he lives on 50,000 shillings. Going to work. He's going to spend 30,000 shillings on fuel, 10,000 shillings on lunch, and then 5 on airtime. Then I leave home with 10,000. I'm going to make money. I come back home with 50. Brian's going to come back home with 5,000 shillings. So the jobs that let's stop looking at these good jobs, because companies don't pay much anymore.
Yes.
Yeah.
You also want to reduce costs.
You also want to reduce costs. Let's look at where the money is. For instance, what do people want? What people always eat. Let's go into farming. I'm a farmer myself. I have about 10 acres of maize with a partner of mine, 5 acres of beans. And we always have land. Our parents have got huge chunks of land. So let's go and look at what can bring in money, however little it is.
What do you tell a young man who, you know, I always relate the example of when we were in school, farming, digging was a punishment. So many of us, when they tell you Okulima, you're like, that's a punishment. You tell a young man who will sell land to come here and buy a border and do that?
That would be a foolish thing to do. You're going to be selling land. Now border is 4 million shillings, and they're going to steal it tomorrow, so what happens then? But you're going to go and till your land. In 3 months, you're harvesting product. Because most of the stuff, 3-4 months, you're harvesting something. I was talking to someone yesterday who did biringanya. He did it, he used 1,500 shillings to buy the seeds. And he gave me a big pack of biringanya yesterday. It's amazing. And I told him, you know what, maybe actually should vend this also. But I told him, you know what, at the end of the day, let's not despise, especially agriculture. It is key. People will always eat. People will always eat. Brian, you can never go hungry. If you go hungry today, tomorrow, first thing in the morning, you're going to look for something to eat.
Dude, I have, you know, like an energizer here. Malcolm Winda, pleasure.
Pleasure.
95 and 9. Do you also present?
Yes, I'm on Saturday, 1 to 4 p.m.
This a guy. I knew him at Power FM until he left. But 95 and 9, tune in and listen to the farmer presenter. Awesome. Well, that's your bit of inspiration this morning for you. Young people, go out there. In the words of Yaya Toure, today is the day you declare that you're going to be part of the greatest. What is your role now? What are you doing about that? You need to start now. That's your everyday life. When we come back, we'll be talking to Shilandu Chire live from Mbale and the latest from sport.
In this financial jungle, you need an ally. Welcome to the new ICEA Group, your one-stop shop for all your insurance, pensions, and investment solutions.
Start time. Owakabiwo mu digital team. For more information, call 117-117-700. Start time. Affordable digital television.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Molondo.
Hong Hai Wood is the largest manufacturer of construction plywood in different sizes from 3mm to 25mm, including MDF boards, ceiling boards, particle boards, and block boards. Our products can be bought from our factory outlets at Katwe and are available in all leading hardware shops countrywide. For more information, contact us on +256 414 252 655. By choosing Hong Hai Plywood, you have chosen the highest quality product and are supporting a Ugandan company.
We transact every day, and for centuries, currencies have changed hands. Business is a must, and that is why Money Matters makes it a must to talk business.
It's the biggest market out in Uganda because of East African connections and business.
From farming to business trading, we give you all the angles.
When you're harvesting, that one is the most important part, which we have to be there.
We'll bring you all the details that doing business has to offer.
Thoughts of the business leaders in the market.
The airline industry doesn't operate like any other industry, where you go in and buy a shirt and this shirt is 20 shillings today and will be 20 shillings tomorrow, 20 shillings.
The analysis of the costs and the income in the industries. From wherever we are, we talk business, and at Money Matters, where money indeed matters. Business is a must.
So, don't miss talking business with us every Thursday only on NTV.
There's been a burglary.
Whoa, a burglary? How did they even get in?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Marigalo? I'm sorry.
I'm looking for Tembeka Shezi.
If you want to play dirty, I'm more than happy to oblige.
It's all systems go.
Please don't hurt him. You hurt him yourself.
I can see right through you, even though Umangali's no man doesn't count. Is that what's going to happen to our daughter, Daniel? Is she going to die?
You know this lady.
Hi, yes, Mr. Jabedi. I have a tip-off.
Fury.
I'm here.
You're also scared to say what you know. The noose is tightening round our necks.
Find a way to loosen it. Scandal.
You don't have to look any further. Get online and you'll get any property.
It's all about joinery. How best do you give a tree a very good second life?
Because there's already development happening around.
Say, for example, carpets. Pick luxurious carpet and you say, I've got to have a carpet wall-to-wall in my house. But we're a hot country.
Welcome to the Property Show, where we make real estate sense.
What show just won Best Entertainment Program?
Log in for the glitz and glamour of Kampala's most flamboyant people and events.
I'm here
today for Coco Fingers video shoot.
Big up NTV. Thanks for the support. Log in. Ndiwa no lero nzize kukakasa.
You're Golfy and you're watching Login.
Don't touch that dial, you know what I'm saying. It's login.
We could do this all night. We could do this all night.
Explain to me, how is it that Adolfo and Leonardo don't exist?
Corolla hacked into every type of document. Social security, driver's license, credit history, all of it. They don't exist. There's no documentation anywhere of two brothers with those two names.
You know, I don't really feel like fighting with you.
Ignacia,
Let me
please.
go!
I need to know now why you went to see Pilar.
My heart breaks again every time you look at Pilar. I feel like dying when she smiles, and it makes you smile back. How do you think I felt last night?
Sekafa is 2 days away. What will it take for KCCA to add to their 1978 title? My goodness.
1978,
Chile in what's that thing called?
Copa America.
Yeah, this feels like Chile.
Yeah, it's been a while. But that's as long as Uganda has gotten to the AFCON. So, yeah, there's almost that much. But they've won quite a number of other titles. They've won the league 10 times. They've won the Uganda Cup 8 times. So they've not been resting in other instances, but they've not been as successful in the domestic club competitions as they would have wanted to. They were in Kigali last year round, didn't do well, were 4th eventually overall because they lost that 3rd place playoff. But I think at the end of it all, they should go there hoping to do better. They do have a new coach, new management, new assistant manager in Sam Simba. They've got a manager in Mike Mutebi. They've got a first team coach, Badru Kadu. They've got almost everything, and they've assembled a whole new squad aside from the one that was there last time round. So they are in Group C and will be coming up against Azam from Tanzania, Malakia from South Sudan, and Adama City from Ethiopia.
Well, let's talk about rugby. The rugby cranes.
Oh, Jack Wagner. Should I give you some tea? Fast food. Drink some tea. Drink some tea.
Why is it a yellow cup?
This black. Can't you just see black?
No, we see yellow.
Okay, say
the rugby cranes are now closer to promotion in
you guys,
1A.
First of all, why do you people laugh when someone, you know?
Just like Eddie Kenzo, you know, people expect us to speak good English and not to make mistakes.
But this is Uganda.
Yeah, English. Joel was telling me earlier that it is our national language, so we do need to speak it well. Yeah. So
you know, the Cranes, what happened?
No, they went on to win, Brian. They went on to win yesterday, and convincingly as well against Mauritius. That puts them in really good stead when you look at this competition, the Rugby Africa Tier 1B. Yesterday's results saw Uganda beat up on Mauritius in that blistering hit down at Legends, 35-11. Botswana beating up on Senegal 26-21, and Ivory Coast beating up on Madagascar 26-30. What that means, by virtue of the fact that Senegal lost a game, Senegal were table leaders before going into this fixture, means that Uganda find themselves in a very, very good position to go on and actually win the tournament. Their last game is against Botswana, and they need to win that one. Remember, that team that collects the most points throughout the entire competition gets promoted to the Tier 1A. So Uganda has won 2 games. No other team in the competition has won 2 games, and that means that Uganda find themselves in a pretty good position. Ivory Coast losing a 2nd game, so they are just about out of that one as well. So yeah, we need to beat up on Botswana on Saturday, and convincingly, and I think the boys will do just that. Yeah, we're playing at home.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone that turned up yesterday to support Uganda. I think we should give them a round of applause. You guys did an amazing job to support the boys.
In that heat.
In that heat. And they did an awesome job.
Yeah, it
was a very convincing win.
Guys had legends in their office suits, in their ties. I don't even know what they told their bosses, but they were there and they were supporting
really
the Cranes.
So Saturday, let's go and support the boys. Where is the game?
It's at Legends as well.
Legends. Let's go and support the boys and bring this home. Now on to the NSSF Volleyball League. UC and Kumba played yesterday. This is literally a university derby.
Yes.
What happened?
And UCU lost that particular derby, unfortunately. It was really close, I must tell you that. Kumba eventually hosting UCU 3-2 in terms of sets there, 25-22, 27-29, 25-15, 20-23, and 15-12 eventually the decider, and that meant that Nkumba won that university derby, and ultimately bragging rights for now, especially since they were playing down at UC. It was really close throughout. I was talking to someone who actually watched that game and they were like, it could have swung either way, this one. So Nkumba winning that one yesterday.
All right.
Let's talk about Nanyondo and Kipsiro in Switzerland. Diamond League, what's happening there?
The Diamond League, you know the Diamond League. 14 races, you go and round all over the world. I had a chance to attend one in Doha, Qatar, not throwing any bragging, but yeah, that's how it goes. They go all around the different cities in the world running, and pretty much at the end of it all, there's big money to be won from the person that collects the most points. And a couple of athletes have shunned it, have not been able to participate and all. Usain Bolt is yet to participate in any this year round. Mo Farah was down in Qatar. He ran down there, didn't win, but he ran either way. But since then, he's not been running, and there's been all that chaos about him and his coach, because the coach was convicted for the drugs and all, Alberto Salza. And then, of course, Mo Farah even is saying, well, if this is your coach, then obviously you too as well might be caught up in that whole mix. But he's saying he might return and actually run in this one. And he's running in the 5,000-meter category, where Moses Kipsiro, another Ugandan, is going to be participating. So it's going to be interesting. More
5,000
returns for this one, yes. Moses Kipsiro ran down in New York, in the New York Diamond League, didn't do too well, was finished 5th. Back in June, so he will be hoping to do much better in this one. Remember, they're trying to qualify eventually in Olympics. The Luzon Grand Prix, that one is on at 8:45. Supersport 4, if you manage to catch that one. Winnie Danyondo is one of the Ugandans in action. Should be competing in the 800 meters, and Moses Kipsiro will also be competing in the 5,000 meters. Of course, expect action from Justin Gatlin, Asafa Powell, Tyson Gay in the 100 meters. They are running.
I think he's not there. Bolt?
No, Bolt is not running.
That's why Gaitlin is in all the headlines.
Yeah.
Recently.
Yes.
I don't know what's happening to Bolt.
Now he picked up an injury, so he will not be running for this one. Everyone expected him to be returning for this one, but he did not.
I'm sure Bolt will tweet. They are winning because I'm not there. All right, those pictures on the screen right there. 4 men who got to the final 4. That man there is on fire.
The soldier, world number 1, 2 as well.
But let's talk about that outburst. Did you see it?
Yes. I think he was a bit frustrated, especially when you play a game for such a long time, almost 5 hours plus, because that game continued from the game from yesterday against Kevin Anderson, when he had to play, you know, the 4 sets there, and then they had to retire because of bad light and had to come back the next day to actually play and go on and win. So that's what happened, a bit of that. But then even today he comes on and he lasts a really long time eventually. 3 sets needed against Marin Cilic, the winner from the US Open, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4, to eventually get into the semi-finals of the men's tennis at Wimbledon. Roger Federer beating up on Gael Simon, the Frenchman, 6-3, 7-5, 6-2. Andy Murray beating up on Pop Sipsil by 3 sets, 6-4, 7-5, 6-2, and Richard Gasquet, the Frenchman, beating up on Stan the man.
What happened?
He lost a game. There was a tie break of sorts. Eventually, it had to go down to the 5 sets, but 6-4, 4-6, 3-6, 6-4. 11-9, and yeah, Richard Gasquet, the Frenchman, is into the semi-finals of the women, so of the men. So Roger Federer up against Andy Murray in the semi-finals that they are tomorrow. Then Novak will be up against Richard Gasquet in the men's finals, semi-finals. In the women's semi-finals today, there are today. Serena up against Maria Sharapova,
and she had a man. So maybe that will.
Sasha, at some stage, she always beats up on her like Sharapova, it's personal, like.
So you took the man.
No, but she had dumped him. She had dumped him. Then she started dating. Then Sharapova started dating him. Sasha, the basketballer. But yeah, it's always personal. But and she has such an excellent record.
Plus another one that I won't mention. Take this.
Yeah, so that their semi-final is on today, as well as Muguruza, the Spanish woman, up against Agnes Radovanska. That semi-final is also on today. So tomorrow we should know who are the finalists in the women's Wimbledon tennis.
Awesome.
Is it true Rory McIlroy has an injury that is keeping him out?
Yes, he is not going to be defending his championship, unfortunately, because, again, men do stupid things. Apparently, he was playing a game. He was playing a game of soccer with his friends. Got into a bit of it becomes so serious every time. They're like, oh, I gotta win. Is this a game of football? Anyway, so so what happened is they're playing soccer. Picks up an ankle injury. He's out, so he cannot defend.
Golf, is not very physical. I would like to think you can still play golf.
I think you still need to use your. You need to walk the runs.
You can't have those tricycles to
and
drive you from one ball to another
your ankle, you really need to use your legs as well. Ask Brad. He did not.
Yeah.
So
Shut up. Use your legs as well.
Yeah, so the Open kicks off on 16th July, and yeah, he will not be able to defend that one. 4 majors he's won this year round, and there's talk that he might not be able to compete in the USPGA as well, which starts mid-August.
Someone needs to hook us up. We need to beat Brian again.
Someone was here at ESCOM, didn't do anything.
Simon. I don't know what happened.
Let's talk about some transfer news this morning. There's Sterling Kabaye, Gian, Johnny Evans. Who is going where?
Gian leaving the club down in UAE and eventually getting a new one. Around the English Premiership, no one has stayed quite a bit. Sterling has decidedly said he's not going for the pre-season. He's talked to Brendan Rodgers and claims he's not going for the pre-season because, well, he wants to leave Liverpool. So they are supposed to leave on Sunday and go to the Far East, and are also supposed to tour a bit of Australia. So he's said he's not going to be traveling with the team. Apparently, Manchester City have tabled 40 million pounds at some stage, so they're supposed to be offering a better bid before Sunday for them to sign Sterling. Manchester United acquiring Damien, the Italian. Eventually they are supposed to be unveiling him today after agreeing on terms and all, and the medical as well coming through. So the smaller ones are going on. There's been talk of Manchester United apparently going to inquire about Gareth Bale as well. But Real Madrid are saying it's going to be a two-way tie here, Sergio Ramos and perhaps Bale in there. So it's all really
I think
no sign.
Come back to the Premier League.
To the Premiership?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. He knows how to play the Premier League.
And Arsenal are supposedly interested in Di Maria, Angel Di Maria.
Awesome.
From Manchester United.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
1:30 p.m. There'll be more details on Omumuli. Please tune in with Ismail Mansi and Alan. And also update us on all the latest. We are aware that some of our viewers in Fort Porto are not watching NTV. Our technical team is making sure that you are sorted. But if you're not watching, well, get some bundles. Download NTV Mobile onto your smartphone and watch us wherever you are. Or you can just stream live, ntv.co.ug/live. And enjoy your favorite programming. Friday Nakazwe is coming up with Mwasuze Mutia. For all the latest, also download the app NTV on the go and watch all the latest news updates. We are going to be on top of the story as Mbabazi
has made his way just beyond Mukono now.
Yes, on his way to Mbale. I don't know if he will stop somewhere and say things are tight. But during this program, of course, we'll try and break normal transmission to make sure we get you all the latest updates right here on NTV. Have a fantastic day. Make sure you continue the conversation at Aisha Sports, at Mebcap, at Brian Mlondo, #morning at NTV. Bye-bye.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Molondo.
Man, my black man. He's the six on the dice. He's as hot as the spice. He's my Afro man spice. He's my tea masala, pilau masala, and sala sala. The Afro Man Spice Show.
10th July, National Theatre.
Effective Monday, 6 July, screening time for your favorite drama series, The Hostel, is Monday at 7:35 p.m. Behind Closed Doors will air Wednesday to Friday at 8:05 p.m. and repeats on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Brave Woman will be showing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 10 p.m. and repeats will air on Thursdays and Fridays at 11:30 a.m.
Next episode.
Really, Meenakshi, you are the smartest in this house. No one can act better than you in the entire world, you know. That poor doctor couldn't understand.
Sandhya, I'm going to Delhi. I've not been out of Rajasthan since I was born.
Even I don't know the place. And anyway, you will be busy with the competition there. So what will I do with you over there?
No, Sandhya, but...
Happy Monday, everyone. Welcome to Designing Your Destiny on Morning at NTV. My name is Doreen. I bet you do agree with me that life is sometimes extremely challenging. You know, sometimes we do all we can, but we don't see the results that we want. You know, it's filled with so much pain and so much struggle. But here's what I know to be true. Life is also very counterintuitive. Things that are difficult to do are pretty much the very stuff that holds within them the very seeds of our own greatness. I'll tell you a personal story. A couple of years ago, while I was doing my master's at Warwick University in the UK, my family at the time was going through a very difficult patch. So obviously I had to figure out a way in which I would, you know, pay the rent, buy food, and, you know, survive. So I had to resort to doing odd jobs, and one job that I remember was one of being a sanitation personnel. Pretty much a fancy way of saying that I was a cleaner. Picture that. So I was charged with the duty of cleaning toilets, cleaning offices, and you know what? That experience pretty much had a very deep impact on who I am today and, you know, my sense of self-worth. Here's the thing. It taught me a lot about, you know, having a deeper sense of humanity. A lot about, you know, valuing people. Knowing that, you know what, in spite of what someone is doing now, in spite of the job they're doing, everyone, and I mean everyone, is very valuable. But most importantly, this job also strengthened my inner resolve to pursue what I love, to live my dream. And that is being a motivational speaker. That is being, you know, the kind of person who inspires you in spite of the fact that I'm a trained lawyer. What am I saying? There's a Chinese proverb that says that the gem cannot be perfected without friction, and neither a person without trials. So in spite of the fact that you're going through a very difficult patch right now, take a step back, look at your life and, make an assessment of how you can actually take the lessons you're learning now and apply those lessons to design the life that you envision. Thank you so much for watching.
Is brought to you by
Dettol. Be 100% sure.
Program muli kumwasize mutya mbaniriza nnyo olunaku lwako n'ennaku z'omwezi 9. Nze Farida nakazibwe kansoka ntumireko munange gwe tukola naye Kimuli Ivan Kigozi olwaleero mazaalibwa go. Happy birthday Ivan. Namwe abazaalibwa ne Ivan olunaku lwe lumu tubagaliza birungi byereere mwebale kutuuka ku lunaku luno. Kutegeezeza program tuli mu mwasize mutya mujje baleyo na gye musinziira ab'Ekisoro, Kabale, Kigali, Rwanda yonna gye musinziira okulaba NTV, ab'e Busia, ab'Embarara mwenna tubaagala nnyo. Mweyongere okulaba TV eno mugende mwagale page eri NTV mwasize mutya, so si mwasize mutya ku NTV mwasize mutya ye page yaffe, genda ojagale tukuŋŋaanye abantu bangi nnyo tutambuze ekintu kino. Abatalina NTV kati abatanagenda ku digital mwangu kubanga mulina bingi bye musubwa bajjako ne mugira mwangu amugula obuntu obwo set top box nga tebannaba kubasalako naddala abali ebweru wa Kampala mu abatannaba kusalibwako n'essaawa yonna abakulu bajja bagenda kubasalako. Gula akantu ako oleme kwejjusa lwaki nalinda okunsalako. NTV mwasize mutya. Emboozi n'amawulire agaliwo mu kibuga n'eggwanga okutwaliza wamu ya Amama Mbabazi, poliisi gwe yagaana okugenda Embale okwebuuza ku bantu be nga bwe yali ateeseteese. Olwaleero tukitegedde nti Amama asobodde okuva mu nnyumba ye n'ayolekera Embale era ali mu kkubo. Tulina muntu waffe ali mu kumugoberera atulabe waawo atiise. Godfrey Badebye nkwaniriza oli ku mwasize mutya. Godi?
Hello.
Yes, Godi, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm okay. Mutuuse wa Godi, tutegedde omuntu mumuwerekera. Mutuuse wa right now?
Right now twakayingira mabira. Nga twakava wali ekitega baadde batuyimirizaamu akatonotono nga beefe bejja emmotoka za saba minisita, yaliko saba minisita naye oluvannyuma ne bamutaffe ne batukuumirako awakabanga kikangazizo nga tebatubuulira nsonga lwaki batuyimiriza naye bamaze ne batuta ne tweyongera okugoberera saba minisita era tumusanze mu katundu k'erugazi abadde ayimiriddeko.
Abadde ayimiridde kukola ki?
Wangi?
Abadde ayimiridde kukola ki erugazi?
Abadde ndowooza alina byabuuza ku bantu ng'ayimiridde buyimirizi kubuuza ku bantu abadde ku kkubaawo.
Babadde bamulindiridde oba just ayimiridde ku?
Ndowooza baadde bamulinze ku kkubo, ndowooza abantu amawulire obudde bagagoberera nti Ssaabaminisita ali mu kkubo ajjako okusalawo okumulindira ku makubo abantu.
Okay, mulina
atambula awuubirako kubamu naye ebiseera ebisinga ali ku ssimu ye nga bwomumanyi.
Okay, ogambye babayimirizaako mu mabira. Poliisi yebayimiriza?
Bayitawo Kitega.
Kiteeza. Poliisi yebayimiriza era ebadde enoonya ki exactly?
Wangi?
Poliisi yebayimiriza awo ekiteeza? Ebadde enoonya ki? Mukitegeddeko kyebadde enoonya?
Erina kyetugambye kyeyagala naye ebadde tuyimiriza buyimiriza ndowooza kabadde kakoni oba kumugoberera.
Mulina poliisi
bamaze ne batuleka ne tugenda.
Okay, mulina emmotoka ng'eya poliisi ewerekerako ku Honorable Amama Mbabazi?
Tewali motoka yonna emugoberera, konvoyi ya motoka ebbiri eza bulijjo emu yali eya Office of Prime Minister n'eyiye obwannannyini.
Okay, atambudde wamu n'ani?
Motoka ndowooza mulimu muwalawe motoka bbiri tetunnamanya baani azitudde munda naye ndowooza alayita n'abantu bamu betanategeera naye abasinga ba bodyguards be.
Okay. Ng'oggyeko wano babayimiriza ekiteeza mwine walla wonna wonna we musanze obuzibu bwonna mu kkubo kuba mwasimbudde?
Naye obuzibu bulala kati tuli mu mabira katunatera omumalako.
Okay. Kale Godi tujja kuba tuddamu okweyunga naawe otubuulire wa we mutuuse oba mwine ekintu kyonna kyonna kye musanze ku kkubo. Webale nnyo Godi. Oyo Godfrey Badyebe mu cameraman waffe yakwata bifaananyi yawerekera Mama Mbabazi okutuukira ddala Embale bwe banaaba batuuseeyo. Ku ssimu era tulina Julius Senkandwa ali mu kibuga Mbale alindiridde okulaba biki ebigenda okubeera mu maaso. Twabategeezezza okuva ku Lwokubiri poliisi yayiwa abasajja baayo abampi n'abawanvu obunkenke bubadde bw'amaanyi era twategeezeddwako nti n'ekifo Mama Mbabazi we yabadde ategeeza okusisinkana abawagizi be babategeezezza nti tebajja kusobola kubakyaza kubanga bafunye ebiragiro okuva mu poliisi tebateekeddwa kumukyaza mu kitundu ekyo. Mama Mbabazi yalangirira kuva mwezi oguwedde nga bwagenda okwebuuza ku bantu be mu bitundu eby'eggwanga ebyenjawulo nga Mbale gy'abadde alina okutandikira. Poliisi yakalambira n'ekibiina kye ekimutwala ki NRM ne bakalambira nti enteekateeka ze tebazimanyiiko nga n'olwekyo tebajja mukkiriza. Wabaddewo ebyogerwa nti Mama Mbabazi abadde yasisinkanye poliisi ne babakubye bateesaako enkambi nevayo netugamba babakkiriza. Poliisi negamba tekijja kusoboka era tebageza ne bagenda mu maaso. Tulindiridde okulaba kiki ekinabeera Embale nga n'abamu ku bawagizi be ze bakwatibwa okuva week lwe yatandika. Twagala kufuna Julius Senkandwa ku ssimu atubulire Embale kiri kitya oluvannyuma lw'okubagoba ku Mbale Resort gye badde bategese kati bategese kusisikanira. Julius Senkandwa oli butereevu mu studio ku mwasize mutya? Nasize bulungi. Embale kiki ekigenda mu maaso mu kiseera kino?
Embale kigenda mu maaso poliisi ye ekyayongera mu maaso okwenyweza yongera okuleeta abasajja baayo ku nguudo okulaba nti bagenda mu maaso n'okukola omulimu gwabwe nga bwe baze bagamba nti tebagenda kukkiriza lukuŋŋaana luno okugenda mu maaso. Naye ng'ekiriwo biroole ebiwerera ddala nga 8 ebiri mu kulambula biringa biyisa procession biringa ebiri mu kivvulu babiyisa wakati mu kibuga Mbale babitambuza byonna nga bijjuddeko abasirikale abapoliisi era nga omukulu Sam Omara yakulembeddemu enkola eno. Tugezezaako mubuuza lwaki akikola lwaki ali wano naye n'agamba atajja kusobola kwogera naffe essaawa eno naye nga abantu olw'okuba nti abasirikale bangi ku kkubo bavudde ne ku bye bakola bali kulaba ki ekigenda mu maaso okulaba nti omulundi guno basobodde okulaba omuwendo gw'abasirikale bano gwe batalabanga nako. Naye nga ye nga Mama Mbabazi tetumanyi obanga nasobola okujja obanga nedda naye nga ekifo yabadde we yasoose okubuukinga oba yabadde ateekateeka okufuna omukolo gwe ekyambale Resort Hotel. Abakulu abakulira hotel eyo bagambye nti oluvannyuma lw'okwebuuza ku b'obuyinza babagaye nti tebasobola kugenda mu maaso oba n'okukyaza abagenyi abo. Nabo abatwala hotel ne basalawo okusazaamu okusabako ludda lwa John Patrick Mama Mbabazi. Ate era ne hotel endala emanyiddwa nga Mountain Elgon Resort Hotel nayo ngeno mpozi ya mukulu Nandala Mafaabe nayo oluvannyuma nayo yabadde etuukiriddwa naye nabo ate oluvannyuma beekyusa ne bagamba tebagenda kukkiriza kufuna lukuŋŋaana oba okulutuuza. Yemmere yekyalo naye nga tutegeezeddwako okuva mu nsonga zaffe nexfo twaliwo ekifo ekirala ekifuniddwa era nga tujja kuba abagoberezi baffe ku NTV tubategeeza wa mpozi n'erinnya ly'ekifo kino naye nga bijja kujja mu maaso eyo omuntu asaanye okusigala ku NTV abe nga asobola okutegeera wa olukuŋŋaana luno oba okwebuuza kwa Mama Mbabazi ku bawagizi be wajja kugenda okuba naye nga waliwo ekifo ekifuniddwa.
Julius,
embeera bweriwa n'Embale.
Osobodde okusisinkanako ku bawagizi ba Honorable Mama Mbabazi olwaleero?
Essaawa eno kizibu kubanga abantu betadde tumanyi abateekateeka ate bamuteekerateekera okujja kweno okukyala kwe n'emikolo gyo olunaku lwajjo twabadde nabo naye olwayo tugezezaako okuba amasimu gaabwe tegaliiko tetumanyi lwaki naye nga ku nguudo olaba abantu boogera ebintu ebitali mbagamba omusajja bamuleka ajje omusajja munnauganda kwegamba ezo naye nga bali bennyini abakulu abali mu mitambo gy'omukolo guno oba gy'enteekateeka zino bo tubadde nga tetunabafunako essaawa eno.
naye nga banno abazze bakwatibwa okuva wiiki ewedde mwabawulizaako kooti yabata poliisi yabata mubawulizaako
wangi
abazze bakwatibwa okuva enteekateeka eno bwe yatandika okulangirirwa mu bitundu by'embaali abazze bakuba enkuŋŋaana poliisi nebayoola muwuliza baba abata
poliisi yagamba erina kugoberera amateeka era abantu bano bajja kuwandikira DPP ababuulire ki kye balina okukola era nga okusinziira ku kuwabula kwe wajja osinzira okukola nti poliisi wejja osinzira okukola oba batwalibwa mu kooti oba wabawo enteekateeka yonna ekolebwa okubata naye nga abasinga bakyali mu Central Police Station wano Embaale.
Okay. Julius, ogambye jjo mwasobodde okwogerako n'abantu abateekateeka ensisinkano eno babagambye oba basobola okuwandiikira poliisi okugitegeezaako era okuwandiikira poliisi ogitegeeza ku lukiiko luno era yo poliisi mwogeddeko naye bategeezeza nti bafuna ekiwandiiko kyonna esinziira ku ki okugaana Amama Mbabazi okwebuuza ku bantu
abakulu bano abatwala hoteri eno bategeeza nti bawandikidde poliisi olw'okuba nno nti John Patrick Amama Mbabazi musajja mukulu is a senior citizen era mbo enkola yaabwe nti buli muntu yenna omunene abajja mu hoteri yaabwe balina otegeeza ku poliisi okusobola okubawa obukuumi obumala era bwe bagitegeezaako poliisi nebagamba nti awo omuntu oyo okusinziira ku mateeka tannabeera nga akkirizibwa okujja mu kitundu ekyeno kati nabo bwe basinzidde okulaba nti basazaamu enteekateeka oba okusaba kwa John Patrick Amama Mbabazi n'abantu be okulaba nti omukolo gwabwe oba okwebuuza ku bantu be kugenda maaso ku hoteri poliisi yo tugezezaako okunaku lwajja okulaba nti tugifuna ku nsonga eno lwaki egenda mu maaso n'okuyimiriza omukulu ono naye ng'ojjukira nti omukulu Felix Kaweesi yavuddeyo n'agamba bo bagenda mu maaso n'oteekisa amateeka mu nkola era nga tebajja kumukkiriza okulaba nno nti ajja mu kitundu kyeno.
Okay, Felix Kaweesi gyali mu kiseera kino
wangi
gyali mu kiseera kino Andrew
Felix Kaweesi gyali Samu Omara gyali n'abakulu abatwala ebyokwerinda mu disitulikiti eno ey'Embale tekako ekitundu kyonna ekya Bugisu.
Ogambye mwayogeddeko ne Felix Kaweesi jjo n'agamba nti bagoberera amateeka teeka ki exactly lyabadde ategeeza
bo lye baliko basinzidde ku bbaluwa ekibiina kya NRA gye kyawandiikira akakiiko k'ebyokulonda nga beemulugunya nti John Patrick Amama Mbabazi ebintu byakola tabikolera mu mateeka ga kibiina kati nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda nako nemuddamu ne kawandiikira John Patrick Amama Mbabazi nti asooke akkaanye ne bannakibiina kya NRA olwo akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kakkiriza okusaba oba okutegeezebwako bwe yali awaddeyo akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kati poliisi naye awo esinzira negamba nti wadde etteeka ly'ebyokulonda omukulembeze eggwanga Presidential Elections Act erina byeyogerako era erambulula bulungi naye bo bagamba nti alina osooka okukkaanya n'okwetereza ne bannakibiina kye aba NRM olwo eryoke emukkirize okujja mu kitundu kino eky'Embale.
Okay. Kandwa webale nnyo Julius asinzidde mu kibuga Mbale agoberera byonna ebigenda maaso era tujja kuba tubibatuusaako mu maaso awo Amama Mbabazi bw'anatuuka mu kibuga Mbale tujja kubeera tubeyungako tulabe kiki ekigenda mu maaso. Temuva ku NTV program waliku mwasize mutya. Badde mbategeezezza ku page eya Facebook NTV mwasize mutya tugenda kwogera ku lwaki oteekeddwa okutongoza obufumbo olwo tugenda kugoberera amateeka tumanye bufumbo ki obukkirizibwa mu mateeka aga Uganda na biki advantages ki oba birungi ki ebiri mu kutongoza obufumbo. Omugenyi waffe afunyemu obuzibuzi butasobodde kujja naye katuddemu emu ku programs zetwakola ndooza week nga bbiri okuva kati nali ne Hilda Bahati nga twogera ku bbanga ki lyolina okulinda munno okusaba oba okusaba munno okufumbirwa. Nyumirwa obaddamu onyumirwe program eno gwe yagisibwa akakisa kaakano ate tulabe ebiddako temuvaawo. Nga munno naddala abaami mwe mutera okutusa abantu bafumbirwe. How long should you wait to propose? Ninde ekiseera kitutera okubeeraawo n'olinda emyaka negigenda gumu 2 3 akuba okyali musanyufu awo n'otamanya nti ate bwe mutongoza omukwano guno muba mukoze kyamaanyi nnyo n'olinda n'alinda naawe mwembi mwerinda buli omu ajjukanye munne ono alinda omujjukanyi yagamba waayi kasita alabika akyali comfortable wano naye n'asirika ne mukulungula emyaka gyammwe 5 okukakkana ng'afunyeyo omulala gwalowooza mbu yasaanidde okuba embaga oba okuwasa. Ndine Hilda Bahati okuva mu Life Fix abudabuda abantu relationship counselor life coach ebyo byonna professional counselor byonna bibye Hilda tukwaniriza nate.
Yes, nange nsanyusa okubeera wano.
Okay. Tubeera nnyo comfortable. Oluusi abamu bagezaako n'asindiikiriza but how long should I wait?
Ogambye abamu bagezaako abamu beekalakaasa n'okwekalakaasa n'ateekawo ultimatums bwe kiba nga kino tekigenda kukola tukireke oba nze nkivuddemu oba tufunayo omulala oba kola ki naye nga byonna bijja ku question esookera ddala tuba tulina okutunuulira abantu bana ababiri nga bw'ogambye nti omuntu olinda ddi ekitegeeza ky'obadde olindirira tonakifuna oba ky'obadde osuubira tonaba kukifuna ate ne tutunuulira ku sayidi y'omwami kiki ekimulwisizaawo oba kiki ekikyamuleetedde okuba nga tavaayo kusaba bufumbo oba kugamba kati abantu abamu naddala wano ewaffe ekigambo proposal abamu tetukitwala nnyo nga kikulu oba ekigambo omuntu okukusaba obufumbo tetukitwala nnyo nga kikulu oba si kyekyo tukimanyi naye tetukimanyi mu bulambulukufu bwakyo osobola okubeera n'omuntu mu relationship onaku zino abantu this is what they do beera n'omuntu mu relationship namugamba nkwagala namukwana ne bamala ne batandika bukofi ne batandika dates one thing leads to another bategedde bazadde baabwe bakyadde bakoze eki naye ng'omusajja tabeerangako awo n'agamba nti omukyalo ono kamusabe mu butongole nti gwe mukyala gwe njagala okubeera naye bulijjo
kyetaagisa bale nga wajjira okulaba abazadde bange abasazeewo nti ono ye omuntu
anti kakati waliwo abakikola era abasinga bagamba kiri modernized oba kiri westernized nti oba abantu batandikira eri mu nsi ez'abazungu okuba nga kigenda kijja mpaka wano naye kino kyekintu bw'oba nga oli mu relationship bulijjo nkugamba okyalina omukisa okuvaamu oba obutavaamu okyalina omukisa okwetegereza omuntu ono era mpaka nga mutuuse ku ddaala eryo omusajja n'agamba nti naye omanyi mwetegereza ye mukyala gwe njagala era kamugambe kati tugende ku ddaala eriddako proposal oba commitment lye ddaala eriddako
noza proposal abasinga zetumanyi ze zino zetulaba mu movie
oli afukamidde oli aleese empeta kati tekyetaaga kubeera bwe kityo muyinza n'okuba mu ddiiro lyammwe ulina ne bwakugamba bugambi abamu tebamanyi nakubyogera bwe bityo naye nakugamba bugambi naye omanyi tugende mu bazadde tutongoze obufumbo buno aba apropose nze kubanga akulaze nti mu future yange nkulabamu ndaba abaana be tugenda okuzaala tugenda kubeera wamu nkwagala yes awo aba propose nze kakati kyetulina okutunuulira kiki ekigana omusajja okuproposinga kiki ekigana omusajja okulowooza ku bufumbo
era nange omukazi playing a role kyokulaba nti omwami ono akola akyanguye oba akikola kubanga mu process eyo y'okulinda tugambye nti onoolinda mpaka ddi naye mu process eyo y'okulinda olina ebintu byolina okukoleramu okulaga omwami ono nti ndi ready njagala bufumbo eno ye priority yange nange eno ye target yange njagala kubanga nfumbirwa so bwe tutumbira ku sayidi y'abaami bingi nnyo ebibagaana era bingi nnyo bibajja okwogera nti ate nze nkyakola nti ate nze nkyetegereza nkyakola ebyo byonna byakwekwasa balina okutya waliwo abamu betuyita commitment phobias naye ate mu commitment phobias nabo bavaayo ne balambulula ensonga ne bagamba nti si lwakuba tetwagala commitment naffe twagala obufumbo naye ekisooka oyingira mu bufumbo olowooza ogenze mu prison ogenze mu kkomera omuntu omutaddewo nga warden wali olabyeko bano ba wardens mu dormitories oba kwegamba ye aliwo okumanya saawa mmeka okomyewo saawa mmeka oyingidde ani gwoli naye n'akuteeka ku bunkenke ate abasajja ekintu kye basinga okwagala mu nsi freedom
ayinza n'okuba talina kyakozesa freedom ye, ayinza n'okuba si ye mukyakaze, ayinza n'okuba sigamba nti yalina emikwano
agala omulekeko naye yerowooleze
si kumuteeka ku bunkenke ate oliwa ate okola ki ate oyinza n'okuba nga tokimugamba naye mu bwongo agamba nti kati ono bwe namugamba nti yekka muwasizza mukyala wange agenda kufuuka police officer
olaba mmezeeko nga nkyamulaba
ng'okyali mu relationship kakati ekyo kyokka engeri gye weekwatirira omusajja n'omwekwatirira kugamba noba nga tolina bulamu obubwo ku bubwo naye obeerawo ku lulwe agenda okulaba nga badde nnene nnyo kati gwe tomanya kiki mutuusiza naye agamba nti bwe nakitwala ku leve eddako tekibeere kibi nnyo ate ogenda okulaba nga atidde kati waliwo abasajja abamu oba abaami abamu ng'alina priorities yakula alina targets yagamba nti nze sijja kuwasa okujjako nga nzimbye okujjako nga nguze ettaka okujjako ng'omulimu gwange guteredde bulungi gunaatereera ddi tewali kintu kitereevu mu nsi
anti kakati gwe nga weesikamu ng'alindako bana abato abajja batanaba nabo kuba ready
anti kakati oyinza okuba nga gwe olaba nti ye muntu omutuufu era waliwo ebintu by'osobola okukola okulaga omuntu ono nti tupushinge marriage enebeere priority ebirala biddeko omuntu bw'omuwa comfort abasajja baagala nnyo comfort abasajja baagala nnyo kubanga oli homely oli nga maka gaabwe amanyi nti ne bwana agenda mu nsi wali olabyeko ekinyonyi kitambula ne kyetaaya ne kigenda wa ndooza ekinyonyi kisobola n'okuva e Kampala ne kigenda e Jinja just to look for food naye ekiro kimanyi ekisu kyakyo what is the next tugiyita ndooza ekiyumba ky'ekinyonyi kati kiba kimanyi ekiyumba ky'ekinyonyi we kiri era ne bwe kigenda wa tekiyinza kugamba nti kigende ku kiyumba ky'ekinyonyi ekirala era kijja kukomawo ku kiyumba ky'ekinyonyi kyakyo kati gwe ng'omukyala bwe weefuula nti gwe maka yo attitude yo engeri gy'otreatingamu oba gy'oyisaamu omusajja agenda okulaba nti omukyala ono nsobola okubeera naye ati netwezimba netwekulaakulanya sirina kusooka kunoonya bino nensooka nenkakaluka n'ate kuzimba ate kukola ki naye bwe tuteesa netwewa time frame netugamba mu bbanga bwe riti tujja kuba tukoze kino mu bbanga bwe riti tusobola obifuna tusobola obituukako ffenna ekyo nakyo kisoboka ate ne wabawo abasajja bo nga bakusindiikiriza kakati omusajja ow'okusindiikiriza be bano b'olina okusetingira boundaries nga mutandika relationship bulijjo tukyogerako wano oba otandika relationship leka kabeere kubeera kacaayi nakunyumya nakuseka nakutunuulira omuntu bw'oba omanyi nti kyekimuleese mukwano n'akubuulira n'amala n'akugamba nti ekindeese mukwano mubuuze ki ekiddako mubuuze
tagamba ono nga tambeerere mwangu
ennaku zino abantu tebaagala bamalira biseera ate naye tayagala kumalira biseera okujjako ng'oli player ng'olaba player oba oli alina kyakwagazaako nti oba ayagala kwebaka bwe basinaawo atambula agende naye omuntu bw'abanga ali serious ameasuringa your level of seriousness mu bigambo by'oyogera n'engeri gy'okwatamu ebintu kakati oyinza okuba nga omukyali mu bukofi tolina ky'oyogedde mutandise you even move in olina kugamba nti jangu tubeere ffenna n'ogamba mponye rent n'ositula emigugu n'ogikubayo ogenda okulaba mutabuka ogenda okulaba mukola ki naye omusajja ono amaze okutuusa w'ayagala kati oli very vulnerable bw'ona oyogera ekintu kyonna gamba nti bwe naabikola omumaba bangobye wano bwe atambudde ajja kulabayo omulala nsinga oba okitegeera ogenda okulaba mukazi wattu atudde omwaka guyiseewo 2, 3, 5 naye so omuntu ono bw'oba nga otudde naye wakubuulidde interest ye nakugamba nti nkwagala n'omugamba nti weerabawo mu myaka 5 nakuwa time frame nakugamba nti mu myaka 5 nsuubira okuba nga mpasizza ate oyinza n'okimugamba nga mukyali ba friends tetwagala kubeera mikwano n'abantu betugenda kufumbira oba abantu batwagala most of the times gwoba oyagala oyogere ku laavu ku I miss you waliwo ebintu bingi nnyo ebyomugaso bye mulina okwogerako okusinga I miss you and I love you you're the angel of this planet ate gwasingayo
naye kyakyogera I miss you talina kiragambu ddala he misses
leka akiteeke mu bikolwa kakati muba mukyayogera n'omugamba nti long term plans zo ze ziri wa myaka 5 weerabawa n'ogamba nti mu myaka 5 nirabawo nga tuzaddewo obwana awo akyogera mu kusaaga naye akyogedde mu plural akyogedde nti tujja kuba tuzaddeyo abaana ekitegeeza kutaddemu mu future ye alina walaba tujja kuba tufumbiddwa ate n'ekirala manya omuntu gw'oli naye akkiririza mufumbo takkiririza mufumbo waliwo abantu abatakiririza
nga ne waba akyogera okiwulira
agamba nti embaga bwawulira yakoze embaga n'agamba ne bwe ziba miliyoni 3 azikasuse bukasuse ezo kati oyo azikozeemu ki yandizizimbyemu ennyumba bayandiyongeddeko ogamba gwalinda kadaali gwalinda empeto otambule you walk down the aisle naye gwoli naye si byalowooza nako okitegeera kati set boundaries mumanye nti kakati osuubira kuwasa mu bbanga ki nti mu myaka ng'esatu kati ogambe weekubyemu ekifaananyi naawe weerabe weeteekemu ogambe nti njaamu mu future yoona omuntu bw'agamba emyaka 3 n'alinda emyaka 3 then bw'agamba emyaka 3 biki byetugenda okukola okubanga bitegeka ebbanga eryo naye abasaala abasinga abakaabya amaziga abagamba musajja ono anampasa ki ekigenda mu maaso teyasettinga boundaries naye ate obutonde budimandinga nti ebbanga liyiseeko eryandibadde erya commitment ogenda okulaba ngaoli abitabukiramu akaaba n'okaaba nze abeewaffe maama wange ate senga yagambye bwati ate mikwano gyange gifumbirwa ate lwaki toyinaawo kyokolawo omusajja oba omulesa okubeera defensive
waliwo oli agamba kyoyogerako omukolo bukubo naye tuli ffenna tubadde ffenna emyaka 3 n'omwana tuyina
omwana yempeta esinga omwana kyekintu ekitugatta kyetukola ki omukyala kyayagala abasajja kye batamanyi abasajja tebali emotional oba abami tebali emotional omukyala ali emotional omukyala ayagala you intend omulowoozeeko ogambe nti kakati mulowoleza empete ekola kinene nnyo ku mukyala okusenga bwekola ku mwami omwami tali emotional wadde n'akatono era most of the times omusajja ajja kugamba nti nze mbaga njikola lwa mukyala lwakuba akyagala oba okitegeera naye akikola lwakuba afaayo ayagala kumusanyusa ate waliwo abaami abamu nga ddiini ekidimandinga nagamba nti nze okusinziira ku ddiini yange tulina kugenda mu muzikiti oba tulina okugenda mu kyaki yes ebiseera ebizibu kati ebyo byonna birowoozaako n'ogamba nti munnange nino muwa security kubanga abakyala bagala security era kyekisinga bw'oba nga tonaba muwasa abalaba nga tali secure bw'oba tonamuteekako engagement ring abalaba nga akyali awo afloatinga naawe osobola okulabayo abalala naye kasita ogimuteekako
gamba naye mwenyini nyini asobola okugamba ono talina kyandaze mbuki ndi wa mugaso nnyo gyeri oli bwaperi n'agimukwanga
ate waliwo abakikoze oli namala n'omuntu emyaka 4 omwana nagamba omusajja takumiiting omusajja talina kyakola oli najja mu mwezi gumu nakulaga nti aguze engagement ring afukamidde amusabye obufumbo kati omukyala yenna lwakuba ali emotional kino alaba nga kisingako ayinza n'obutabala myaka giri 4 ate sigamba nti yali takwagala yali akwagala naye tewagezaako okustadinga muntu gw'oli naye kulaba kiruubirirwa kikyalina mu maaso ayagala obufumbo buli lwalaba bambi buno obugundi obubeera soap operas ezibeera ku TV abakabi amaziga abali mu mbaga n'omulaba nga naye akyamuse n'omulaba nga akoze eki munno tegeera kikyayagala bw'abanga kyayagala mugende ku level eddako oleme kusikattira
webale nnyo Hilda kati omulemu katono nnyo temuvaawo comments zammwe ku Facebook nziraba mpitirivu naawe ojja kukuba essimu otubuulire akyagaanye naawe omwami kiki ekikyakulemesezza okusaba mwana muwala gw'omaze naye emyaka 5 ali awo akulinda
Bamutasa Habo Joint Research Center abakugu mu kunoonyereza n'okujjanjabisa eddagala n'emmere y'obutonde bategeeza abantu bonna abatawaanyizibwa endwadde ez'enjawulo okujja bafuna obujjanjabi okuva eri abakugu baffe.
Nayinina ekizibu anumizibwa mu nseke newe nawulira Bamutasa n'engendayo omusawo yankebera n'akizuula nalina ebizimba mu nseke yampa eddagala era mu myezi egyo nali sikyawulira bulungi.
Okumanya ebisingawo bakubire ku ssimu oba basange ku Kalungi Plaza.
Effective Monday, 6 July, screening time for your favorite drama series The Hostel is Monday at 7:35 p.m. Behind Closed Doors will air Wednesday to Friday at 8:05 p.m. and repeats on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Brave Woman will be showing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 10 p.m. and repeats will air on Thursdays and Fridays at 11:30 a.m.
Rudolph and Leonardo don't exist.
Corolla, I hacked into every type of document. Social security, driver's license, credit history, all of it. They don't exist. There's no documentation anywhere of two brothers with those two names.
You know, I don't really feel like fighting with you.
Ignacia,
Let me
please.
go!
I need to know now why you went to see Pilar.
My heart breaks again every time you look at Pilar. I feel like dying when she smiles, and it makes you smile back. How do you think I felt last night?
Omusajja obufumbo ojja kulabibwa ng'omuntu omuluvu era atalina ssuubi wantu walala wonna era ekyo kiyinza okuviiramu okubonaabona mu bufumbo bwo. Ayogedde ku kyembadde natera okubuuza bwe ndaba yeetakisaba nze ne mumukyokooza ne mumusaba
anti kakati awo okumusaba mu butonde bwaffe ng'omukyala tolina kupasuwinga waliwo ebintu ebitali nakyo to us oba ebintu bye tutamanyidde oba ne mu buwangwa nga tekiriiwo nga tosobola gamba musajja nti njagala kuwasa oba njagala ompase it's unheard of oba si kyekintu kyoyinza okugamba nti kankole naye ate nga waliwo obuntu obutono nnyo obusobola okukola obuprompting omuntu okuba nga asobola okukirowoozaako oba n'otuuka ku level etegeera nti tekiriiyo n'osalawo oba okivaamu oba oguma n'obeeramu naye ate ng'ekyokugamba nti ngende ngamba omwami kubanga abakyala nga bwe nkugambye tuli emotional ekitegeeza buli kizibu kyenaafuna gamba nti ndaba nze yakuwasa ndaba nze yakugamba wali kyondowoozezaako wali si byoliko olinga mwana muto nkusindiikiriza busindiikiriza olaba okwejjusa kw'obeeramu buli ekitono ekibeerawo buli lwalwawo okugjeeka buli lwakola kubanga ensobi zibeerawo mu bufumbo oba zibeerawo mu relationship buli lwanakolanga ekintu ekitono nga weekanga ogamba nze yakyesuulamu naye ate bw'olinda oba n'omupromptinga olwolabeeko nga bwegamba ndoza bagamba kutega kamasu obakola ki kugamba n'omutegaatega obuntu n'alaba nga talaba future ye nga tolimu ng'alaba nti bw'abeerawo nga toliiwo obulamu tebujja kuba bulungi omuteeka ku test kakati waliwo abaami nga ye tamanyi intentions zo jjukira twayogedde ku kwogera wali nga mutandika bw'oba nga toyogedde ng'otandika nomugamba nti njagala bufumbo butukuvu twanjule tugende mu kkanisa oba tugende mu muzikiti oba mu ngeri yonna naye nze njagala bufumbo nga butukuvu okitegeera kakati omuntu ono osobola okutandika either omuyise ku mbaga mulina obubaga bwe mulinako oba mulina mikwano gyammwe emifumbo waliwo workshops ez'abafumbo waliwo okugamba ebintu ebyo byogezaako kakebe movie esobola okuprompting omuntu oba nga mulaba movie olonda movie ng'okimanyi omulamwa gwayo kyeguliko mutudde mugiraba
naye oyo asangibwa ddala ng'alina ekigendererwa naye osanga oli bad boy mukowu ng'omutwala mu movie n'olowooza mu kye bakoze wali
bad boy okimanyi nti oba okimanyi nti bad boy nga bwe twayogera wano netugamba nti okwata ka project n'ogezaako ate omusajja ekirala kyatayagala kwe kumukyusa era yensonga lwaki oluusi batya nnyo commitment oba tebaagala nakuproposinga agamba nti bwe nnamuproposinga kati esaawa ezidde ewaka zikyuse bwe nnamuproposinga emikwano gyange ngisiibudde bye ate nga kibaawo nnyo waliwo abakyala bagamba nti kaakati abikola wano nga tukyali mu relationship bwana alimala okunteekako empeta alabye ajja kuba ate nga abakyala bakyewerera nnyo bakyogera ate abami bakimanyi kati ekitegeeza agamba nti nze okunkyusa kansigalireyo gye mbadde bw'aba asobola okubeerawo abeerewo bw'aba tasobola kubeerawo agende
ate nga kituufu abakyala osanga abantu nga babadde mu relationship okumala emyaka 7 nga batambula bulungi naye kasita proposing ne bakola embaga
ebintu
tebaweza na myaka ebiri n'owulira nti
nebitabuka kugamba buli omu expectations zo zirisinga awo omusajja
bagamba munaffe tunoonya bunoonya mpeta
abakyala era kyekintu kyolina okukolako omwami kyanoonya mukyala consistency mu nature ye omusajja tayagala kubeera na muntu gwatamanyi oleero oli kino enkya oli kino totegerekeka yensonga lwaki abasajja abamu bajja ku testinga even with time bagambe nti omukyalo ono kandabe ewaabwe tunaakoma kandabe oba bwe mutega kino oba mwe mutega kiri ekyensimbi akibuuse tayagala si gold digger tayagala sente kati kamutestinge abewaffe abaagaliza bulungi bwe mugamba nti abewaffe oba waliwo sister wange atalina school fees ye muntu asobola okugamba nti tusobola okumukwatirayo ekitundu oba tusobola okumuweerera maama mulwadde asobola okufaayo n'agamba nti banaye tugende tulabe ku maama nti oba mulwadde okitegeera baagala that consistency sigamba nti oyogera kirala ate okola kirala kati bwobanga gwoli naawe aga naaga omusajja omulwisizaawo naye ali mu process agamba naye kiki kino kyenkomitingako osanga waliyo omulala asinga gwe mba nnindako ono kagira mbeezabeezaawo ensonga lwaki abakyala abamu agamba nti mbadde n'omwami ono okumala emyaka 5 ekyo kyo kibakaabya myaka 5 naye lwetwawukanye myezi 2 awasizza
aba ayinayo omuntu omulala already
kiyinza n'okuba by the way nga yali talina muntu mulala naye omuntu oli gwafunye ayina all the attitudes amuwa emirembe tamwerippako takola ki kwegamba amulaga nti you can come to me whenever you want oba okitegeera wendi nkwagala nkufaako gamba nakola oli osanga byeyatakola ate kiyinza n'okuba nga kimu ng'oli yakola ebirala byonna nga omwenda naye ng'ekimu kyamulema naye ng'omusajja oyo ekyo ekimu kyasibiddeko amakanda
aba yali tamwagala kubanga okwagala okutuufu munno omwagalirayo mu mbeerazi
anti kakati kyekyo era kyenjagala ekya imperfections okubanga omuntu alina weaknesses ze omuntu akwagala ajja kwagalirayo ne imperfections naye ate kisinzira omwami ono akuze kyenkanawa ate mweteefuteefu n'ekyokuwasa akirina mu mutwe gwe waliwo okubanga omuntu gwe twogerako omuntu muto naye omuntu bwabanga akuze ate yakulira mu makanga bwetu bulijjo bwembagamba ebintu byetulaba nga tukula omwana bw'amanya nti omusajja akula n'awasa n'abeera n'amaka n'azaala abaana naye kyaba aluubirira mu bulamu kakati ekitegeeza omusajja ono bw'abanga ekyo kyali kiba kimwanguyira nnyo kubanga akomitinga gy'oli naye ate bw'aba okwagala weekuli okwagala kuzibikiriza byonna kugumiikiriza byonna era bw'aba akulanga waliwo imperfections agamba nti leka bano abato gamba ono alina imperfection kangendeyo omulala agenda akola jaribu agenda okulaba nga nekyayagala takifunye naye omuntu bw'abanga akuze mu bwongo nga mweteefuteefu akutunuulira waliwo abaami abamu omwami omu eyansesa yalaba omukyala alina imperfections amulese agenze ku mulala bwe atuuka eri nga n'oli alina imperfections naye olw'okuba kati akuzeekuzeeko agamba naye omanyi kangumire ku ono teri atuukiridde kangumire ku ono kati olaba nti ebbanga ligenze osanga oli yali alinze empeta naye ng'empeta tejja naye olw'okuba kati omusajja atuuse ku kigera nga akuze ategeera kikyayagala ne bwakulabamu obunafu agamba nti tujja bwogerako nga tugenda mu maaso naye tebusinagwe mulala gwe ngenda kulaba atuukiridde
waliwo n'ensonga endala gye ndowooza eganisa abasajja proposinga gwe omukyalo ojja mu bulamu bwe n'okola ng'omufumbo byonna byateekeddwa okukola n'agamba kati byonna mbifuna byonna bikola kiki ate nnyongeramu kino kyengenda n'okuspendingako sente
agamba ofuna amata naye nga tonaba nakugula nte kugambe nte si yiyo naye ng'ofuna amata okugamba ekyo abakyala abamu bakikola nnyo as a desperate move okubanga alowooza nti bwe naakola bino byonna omusajja lwe naamwagala naye jjukira kyonna kitandika mu boundaries wali mu kusooka bw'obeera ng'oli desperate ng'omukyala ogenda kukola buli kakolomooni konna naye togenda kutuuka ku kyoyagala naye ate bw'oba ng'omuntu omusetingidde ebbanga n'omugamba nti mu bbanga bwe riti mu myaka 2 tujja kuba nga tufumbiddwa kati mu myaka gino 2 tugenda kukola ki tugenda kutandikira kuzimba ennyumba tugenda kutandikira maybe kula ttaka tugenda kutandikira tukole tusavinge tukole kwegamba nga mwina plan olaba bw'ojja mu plan ye ate n'ekirala n'omugamba naye omanyi tetugenda kubeera ffenna ngenda kubeera gyendi naawe obeere gy'oli mbirigana tulooke tubeere wamu oba n'omugamba nti ojja kukyalanga ewange nange nkyalenga ewuwo naye tetugenda kubeera wamu n'ekyemirimu ne mukyogerako expectations z'abantu za njawulo ajja kujja olaba ekisinga okudisappointinga abantu akoze buli kimu omukyala n'agamba banaye kiki simukoledde nga mumuyonjeza nga nkoze eki oba okitegeera
naye ng'oba oliawo ye sikyayagala
oba oliawo nga si kyekyali kimukwatako ennyo okitegeera omusajja yenna ayagala omuntu amufaako naye ate teweemalirayo wenna kolayo bu prompts obwo funa obudde if it's to cook osobola n'okufumbira ewuwo n'omugamba nti let's have a meal
nakimanya nti amanyi okufumba
nakitegeera nti omanyi okufumba oba si kyekyo olumu oliawo omulabye peesa teriteredde olikwata olitunge olitereeze ogambe nti ono omukyala nno atege mugenza
mukyadde muleeteeka n'agifumba n'enjiryanga on a daily basis
kitegeeza kiba kikola bwe mutambulako awantu musanze obwana bishoka situdde okafuddeko okoze kyagamba nti ono omukyala ajja kulera abaana naye ate sikwemalayo ne weefuula sijja kiyita nnyo nga mukozi naye ate ne weemalayo nnyo omufumbira buli lunaku omwoleza okola ki okujjako nga mutuusa kubanga waliwo bannaffe abakohabitinga ate nabo tetujja baleka waweeru watooka eno bw'obanga mutuuse ku kiseera ng'ogamba nti owange jangu tubeere fembi wadde nga tetuli bafumbo nga gw'okkiriziganya ekintu kyonna nkisuula mu ngalo zo olina okusalawo eri obulamu bwo naye salawo omanye nti ekyo kyekikukolera kinakutuusa gy'oyagala oba tekikutuuse gy'oyagala kati bw'obanga gwe the cohabiting type omwami akuyisa agambe nti jangu tubeere ffenna nawe manya boundaries zo ogenda kukola buli kimu ye njawulo kyenebeerawo wanaakuwasa ne kati ekitegeeza tewajja kuba njawulo ekitegeeza jjagamba nti kyenina mu nju ate kati nafuna kyabwere kyenina mu nju ate kakati nkole ntya ngende era nyanjule mpase okitegeera so okwefumbiza is not the best option naye ate n'okukola byonna is not the best option omuntu
mulageko nti obisobola naye tobimuwa abifune buli kaseera
byonna tomuwa bbeetu eryo weerekerewo that time eyokuba nga abimiisinga gamba nti naye emmere eyo naye ate anaalabika atya nga nze okuse naye ku makya ye tunakeera tutya ye tunaasula tutya mu buliri obumu muwa okwesunga okwo mu mutima let that adrenaline abeere ng'asobola okiteeka mu priority position naye ate bw'oba ng'oli naye ekitegeeza omulimu gwe gugenda kubeera priority olaba bwakola n'akola naye nga gwetakulowoozaako
okay webale nnyo Hilda essimu tuziguddewo kuba tubuulire kyolowooza ku mulamwa ogwaleero Shamira Katengwa hello bulungi sebo wasuze otya kale naawe gyebaleko oli ku NTV live mu studio yogerako ku ddoboozi sebo
ebigambo byabadde ayogerako ebisinga obungi yantukako ku bidde bulya naye kati waliwo omuwala gwenakuwasa naye ndowooza tuli mu puroguramu y'okumuwasa
olowooza bulowooza
namala okwogera naye ndowooza kati yetageti yange y'okuwasa naye nga empisa esinga obungi alina ekiseeso z'okwagala kunyingiriza nnyo manyiriki waliwo we nali nabo naye nga nabaleka naye kati ono maze naye ebbanga tono naye nga ndowooza kati njagadde okumpa amagezi olowooza nsobola nkola ekyo okukyusa kubanga
ogambye alina empisa mbi
empisa zaalina teziringa z'abalala bali atera nnyo okubeera ezitalimu
kale sebo obeera abo biri ebizibu byoyogeddeko kati obuseera bimugenzeeko abantu obudde bugenze bali balina empisa nga nnungiko naye n'abadibaga
n'abaleka kakati afunyeyo omulala agamba nti ayagala n'empisa zembi naye ate nina byenjagala okukyusa mu ye
kyokka ayagala omuwe ku magezi it all gets back to him hello wangi sebo hello kale sebo nawe weebale okay abaami mukube mutubuulire lwaki mulwawo ffe tubanyiiza ffe tubeesembereza ennyo hello wangi sebo tukwaniriza nnyo oli ku TV kyova olaba tompulira hello kendeeza eddoboozi lya TV eyo hello kale tufune omulala oyo akyali ku TV yo bwokuba kendeeza eddoboozi lya TV yo tuwuliziganye nga tuyita mu ssimu so si mu TV hello wangi sebo tukwaniriza nnyo kale sebo
kale sebo
muyingira mukyambo kwokyeketagisa naye ate n'omubeze bainewe tewali kayandikuwe egamba nti muntu okola kino kigenda oba wadde n'omubeze for instance nina mukono gwange yafuna mukyala we era waliini yamukagirawo omukwamu
Kale webale nnyo ssebo ayogedde ekyo kye tugamba ebyomukwano bino tebitegeerekeka birimu omukisa
tebirina formula nti kakati oyitira wano oyitira wano oyitira wano actually kye tukola kugaidinga bugaidinzi omuntu kumugamba nti kino kyekiriwo gwe ne weeronderawo n'osalawo kubanga buli omu alina paasi ye mwatambulira
ati bano ayita okuba beesanga nga bombi nga time eri ready ng'oli naye yamusanga ali ku time nga kyekiseera anoonya oba naye ali ku pressure from family oba naye mwenyini nga kimulumisa nakamba obutuufu kampasi ensetulinge
kubanga okimanyi omwami bw'aba omuto ne bakugamba ne bakukuutira ne bagamba togenda na muntu agenda mangu mangu ize come ize go bw'obeera omuto oba okikkiririzaamu nejjukira bw'omala okulaba abakyala ab'enjawulo omala n'ogamba naye n'okula mu birowoozo omala n'ogamba naye nedda omuntu nyinza omusanga ng'ali ready ate ng'akimanyi nti bwe siibeere naye oluusi nja kumuddukako oba bw'atabeere nange tewali kijja n'atwala chance ye n'agamba kaneweeyo simanyi kigenda mu maaso simanyi kigenda kuddako bw'aba omufere anaaba mufere naye kaneweeyo
ekyo nakyo kibaayo omwami mu byali anoonya yali agala omukyala ng'ali strong mu buli nga mu nsonga ezo ez'ekitanda ng'ali perfect kati omuwala no bwe yamusanga nga ali that n'agamba ebirala
ebirala tujja kulabirayo andi osanga n'agenda okulaba nga n'ebirala birungi so buli omu alina paasi ye gya following tewali formula eri awo
hello kale ssebo naawe gyebaleko kendeza ku ddoboozi lya tv oli ku NTV naye sooka okendeza eddoboozi lya tv yo hello kale naawe weebale kulaba tugezaako Okay, weebale nnyo ssebo. Okimanyi Buhilda waliwo abantu nga tabamanyi mugaso gwa kufumbirika. kyanaku
nga bo balowooza munnange mutadde mu kadduukulu
era ekyo jakifunako na mulamwa mulamba tulabe ne mu mateeka mu nnyini biki bye bagamba lwaki oteeka
Richard knows that as much as he fears no challenge from Land Cruiser carburetors, Mitsubishi engines, or Subaru gearboxes, his wife Ruth fears no stain.
As long as I trust new Nomi White, I fear no stain.
Fear no stain, because new Nomi White just loves clothes.
Ekifo ekimu kissa wa musu n'ekyalo ekiweddeko abamanye bakiraza mumwa. Tugenda kutuuka gy'oli oyogere naffe ebikwata ku kyalo kyo, embeera mw'okolera, ebyobufuzi, ebyobulamu n'ensonga endala nnyingi. Ebyogerwa tebiyita. Tuusa eddoboozi lyo, yogera naffe buli lwakuna otereevu ku NTV akawungeezi.
On the next episode.
Really, Meenakshi, you are the smartest in this house. No one can act better than you in the entire world, you know. That poor doctor couldn't understand.
Sandhya, I'm going to Delhi. I've not been out of Rajasthan since I was born.
Even I don't know the place. And anyway, you will be busy with the competition there. So what will I do with you over there?
No, Sandhya, but...
okola kyattendo nnyo kwekuumira ku NTV. Rita Nsubuga agamba, I no longer believe in marriage. It has many mateeka, bukwakulizo, abafumbo bakola, but many are tied up in unhappy marriages since they are already vowed. Omukwano omuntu ayagala munne awatali mu mukwano omuntu ayagala munno awatali mateeka gonna bw'owulira nga kiganye ng'okita. Nze saagala kwesiba ku bantu ate I get bored and tired quickly. Yesu talina gwe yawasa ne kitaawe bw'atyo.
Ate oyo yakoowa nnyo tayagala bintu by'amateeka. Kakati olaba n'abaami abasinga bwe batyo ng'oyo bwagambye nti saagala kintu kiriko bukwakulizo, kiriko mateeka, ndi ku bunkenke, ndikola ki. Lwaki abantu nga bw'obeera mu relationship lwaki temutwala nkolagana eyo mpaka mu bufumbo? Kyekiri kye wayogeddeko. Obeera mu relationship myaka 5 olulimu kitambula bulungi, olumala okuteekako empeta buli kimu nekitabuka n'ofuuka ekirala. Naye bw'oba ng'otutte nga bwe ntera okugamba abantu ne mu marriage mubeera mu dating. Nga bwe mu dating ne mwetwala ku bukofi, mugenze for cinema, mugenzeko out mu park, mukoze eki, beera mukwano gwa munno, mutegeere kikyayagala. Mu studying manya nti kakati ono ayagala kino, ono ayagala kiri. Waliwo abantu nga amanyi munne ne bw'aba agenda kunyiga agamba kati ekyo kigenda munyiza gwerindako. N'anyiga nga ne bw'anyiga amanyi engeri y'omukwatamu. N'amanya nti abasajja bagala nnyo ku masaji nga ego yaabwe oba ekitiibwa kitayagala kityoboola. Kati gwe bw'oba ogenda kumuboggolera mu bantu, oba ogenda kumuvuma, oba ogenda kukola ki, ekyo si kyayagala. Kati omanya nti munnange yeetaga kukwata mpola mpola nemulaga nti kyakoze ensobi naye ate mwagalirayo, ate musaamu ekitiibwa, sigenda kulekerawo okumulaba nga mwami wange. Kakati muno mutegere kikyayagala, tebeera mukwano gwe. Bw'obeera mukwano gw'omuntu oba toyagala mukosa, oba toyagala kumuhatinga, oba toyagala kumukola kintu kikyamu kyonna, ate nga mubeera mukolagana, museka. Wali obaddeko awo emboozi neekubula ng'oli ne munno gw'oyagala. Naye ate wembeera ab'omukwano mutandikira akantu katono nnyo, n'ayiseewo awo musobola ogana akagatta ako ogenda okulanga emboozi etandise. Lwakuba muli ba mukwano, omukwano gubulamu nnyo mu bufumbo.
Essimu kweziri kuba tubuulire kiki ky'olowooza ku mulamwa ogwaleero. Hilda tugambye ebbanga liyinza obutaba specific. N'ogamba nti myezi 5.
Ebbanga lyo tewali asobola kulimba era tewali asobola kusalirawo.
Kiri eri mu emitima gyammwe. Omukyala mwensalawo nti njagala kufumbira mu mwaka kati komewo. Hello? Wanji nyabo tukwaniriza nnyo. Yes, Jackie. Kale naye weebale nnyo. Kale Jackie.
Okay.
Kale Jackie.
Kale mkwano. Akola Juba ono yabeera ggulu long distance relationship naye jjukira bwe mwali mwekwana mwali kati osanga ekiseera ekyo kyabayitako kati bali already in a relationship nayagala kumanya oli mulaga ntya mujogerako naye ntya mwa prompts zitya okumulaga nti njagala kumpasa naye mwogera ku simu ekitegeeza bwe mwogera ku simu musobola okwemanya ennaku zino communication yalongooka osobola okwogera omuntu ne ku video osobola okwogera omuntu ne ku simu kwegamba ne bw'oba oyogera osobola okumanya omuntu n'omanya nti kakati ono kikyayagala agambye ngenzeko out akugambye ngenze wa mama wange agambye ngenze olunaku lw'engeri gye lugendamu ogenda omanya omuntu nti kino kyayagala oli osobola n'okwogera naye n'ava ku simu ng'anyiize n'agikuulako oba si kyekyo nakuwa silent treatment for a week takupiikinga ogenda omanya omuntu nti ono omuntu bw'ati nasobola okubeera naye sisobole kubeera naye ate era bw'oba mwogera ku simu totya abakyala batya nnyo okwogera naye omugamba nti naye twayogerako ku ky'obufumbo ku ky'okwanjula emyaka gigenda twagala kusetolinga down twagala tubeere nga tetukyalina kiyimirira mu kkubo lyaffe ndaba twandikijjeewo ne tukola ebirala ebiddako n'olaba munno kyakuddamu oba nakugamba nti kakati esente tezinaba kuwera naye bw'oba omwagala ekitegeeza oba osobola okugumiikiriza era ekyo kiri mu choice yo omala omwevaluatinga n'olaba nti naye omuntu ono commitment ddala agyagala mu byonna bye tubadde twogera bbanga lino lye tubadde twogera ate naye kirala ali willing okusetolinga nange wadde siri perfect kubanga naye mumanyi tali perfect omanye nti engeri gye yakuzibwamu kiki kyayagala kyennyini ogenda okulaba nga olina kwogumidde n'ogamba naye omuntu ono si mubi kamugumiikirize sente zirabike tusobole okugenda mu bazadde
abantu beekwasa nnyo ekintu ekyo kya sente musobola okugenda oyinza okubeera committed n'omusaba ne mufumirwa n'otwala mu bazadde ne mwemanya ne mubeera mwenna n'ogendera ku kisuubuzo ekyo nti we zinajja osanga tunagenda ne batuteekako empeta ne tukuba ebirayiro byaffe naye nga kyemikolo kakati ekisookera ddala ye willingness y'omuntu okukola kino jjukira omwami omugambye olwamukyala nagamba naye ne bwe banga ebintu ebyokwanjula tebiweze nange kanyongereko byennyongera omukyala n'okebera ebintu by'omwami nga tebiweze n'omugamba nti twongeremu kino tugende lwaki kubanga olabye willingness eyo wadde alina esente entono agambye nti nkwagala nina okwanjula bw'olaba willingness eyo n'ogamba nti nange kankwatire kuba mbadde savinga oba nina akalimu kampa ku sente kanteekemu byenteekamu tugende bwe mbanga ddala mwenna muli ku level ya wansi nyina kuzina abazadde bategeera bali ku level nga balaba nti ensi etabuse bw'obanga osazeewo okufuna mwana munno n'omutwala mu bazadde n'omugamba nti maama ono ye muntu wange naye tetunatuuka ku level egamba nti tujja kukola kinene nnyo nakugamba nti mwana wange mukole ekintu ekitono ogende emirembe bwe muli bamufunye muliko mawaate naye nga mulina omukisa gw'abazadde ekyo nakyo kikola naye abantu bagadde nnyo okukola ekintu ekinene ate abantu abamu beekwasa I want to do something massive naye nga willingness teriiwo wadde era olumala okikola n'akubaganya ku banne mikwano gye ogenda okulaba nga yeebulankanya
nga tebikyaliwo ng'obufumbo bw'eddewo
myezi 7
yes naye willingness ekola kinene nnyo
okay Yahya Junior Kingdom agamba bakyala muno mu Uganda tebalina mukwano balina wallet love osobola okwana omukazi abasajja bagamba nnyo ekintu ekyo abakyala tebalina love baba bakijjawa kakati ali ku simu hello wangi sebo tukwaniriza nnyo waalaikum salamu warahmatullahi wabarakatu kale naawe gyebaleko yongerako katana ku ddoboozi teesa tuwulire nasuzeeyo sebo naye wasuze bulungi ndowooza avuddeko abasajja beekwasa nnyo mbw abakazi tebalina love ani abamazeeko love
nti wallet love kakati nekino ekyabakyala bano kyebagambye actually according to research waliwo research eyafulumako recently eyansese nnyo nga abasajja baagala nnyo commitment okusinga abakyala naye nga abakyala ensonga ze bawa abaami babakyayiza omukwano kwegamba bawulira nga abaami tebategeerekeka naye ate jjukira kiri sayidi zombi abaami bagamba tebategeera abakyala ate n'abakyala tebategeera baami naye abaami bali willing okugezaako kubanga bo bali interested in settling down naye abakyala batuuka ne bagamba nti naye omanyi ebyobufumbo mbikooye wakiri mbeera wonzekka ng'oli munnaffe gwe twasoose okusoma ne Yesu teyawasa ne taata we bw'atyo n'agamba nti nze nkooye sikyayagala oba okitegeera ate ne wabaawo bano abatandikiriza mu mukwano oba abayiseeko mu bintu ebingi nabanga akwagalako kyolina bebo ba bad girls akwagalako kyolina naye takwagalako mukwano mutuufu naye ate bulijjo nkugamba nti test of time etelinga ate omuntu ono akufuddeko waliwo akunonako ssente naye takufuddeeko bwomugamba ndi mulwadde takubirako kasimu kugamba nti ate oli otya wagenzeko mu ddwaliro olidde ki leero abeewamwe bali batya bw'osanga omwami alina abaana wadde n'okumubuuza nti oba abaana bo bali batya omuntu afaayo ye muntu atekinga omuntu nga bw'ali bw'oba omukkiriza nga bw'ali mutwale nga bw'ali era omufeeko nga bw'ali so ekyo kyekibulawo naye nga abakyala wallet love gye bali naye ate waliwo n'abalina omukwano ogwannamaddala ng'ate balungi bampisa nga baagala kusetolinga.
Okay, Robert Meti agamba labako basics kubanga tosobola kumanya muntu n'omumalayo. She will hide one side ogambe nti yono bw'omussa ewaka few weeks najjayo fist n'akuliribya tukulaba kukyala nga kiro toyagala kusiibula kumbe waka omugole yakufuukidde engolo
ezo empisa z'obwedda zetwogerako okweka obuyisayisa obubi naye kankubula empisa embi era teyekweka emala nevaayo yensonga lwaki olusi twadvisinga abantu twalako kukaseera tekirina kyekihatinga wadde nga buli omu alina chansi ye waliwo abagutandisa amangu omukwano ate negulama naye ate abagutandise amangu negutalama be bangi kubanga batategedde munne buyisa bukolaki ogenda okulaba owebase naye ogusoose afuluuse nnyo n'ogamba naye banaye kino nakigumiikiriza ogenda okulaba ali aswankula ogenda okulaba abeewabwe tebakwagala balina mulala gwe baagala oba baagala mufunira mukyala mulala ogenda okulaba kati ogenda opimapima motuuka ku levo ng'osobola okusalawo ekyenkomeredde n'ogamba ono nja mwagalayo nga bw'ali nja mugumiikiriza obufumbo kambuyingiremu oba n'ogamba nti kino sijja kigumiikiriza kankite kakigende ensonga lwaki tugamba omuntu twalako kabanga naye ate nga si kyenkyenkomeredde buli omu alina engeri gyakwatamu ebintu bye.
Okay, kandoba waliwo omulala alina kyayagala otugambako simu. Hello. Wangi Sebo tukwaniriza nnyo ku program. Wangi Sebo. Hello, tukuwulira. Aliko TV. Yes, Abdul. Kendeeza eddoboozi lya TV tuwuliziganye bulungi. Avuddeko. Hello? Yes, abo tukuwulira. Avuddeko. Senkumba Ronaldo wanansasezza mukasita wabaawo ssente ne wiiki tewera kuba abakazi bali after money.
Atala misconception eyo abaami abasinga balowooza abakyala bali after money naye ate n'ekirala kyolina okulowoozaamu mu buwangwa bwaffe oba ne mu butonde omukyala alina kufuna security mu relationship omwami alina kufuna kitiibwa mu relationship kakati omukwano ng'ogamba nti teguliiko ssente bw'obanga ozirina nga munno omulabirira siraba lwaki yandibadde nnyo goldiga ate nga ayagala kujja mu bujja
ate ne bw'oba olina ssente tekitegeeza genda omukuba ekiboko kubanga olina ssente
tekitegeeza kukumutyoboola kumala so omukyala kyayagala security ate n'ekitala tekirina kyekikujjako okubanga omukyala omulabirira omuyisa bulungi tekina kyekikujjako era abakyala basinga kyebaagala kati bw'obanga kyotaminganga wallet oba wallet love nga obalakwata oyagala mugende mu restaurant osasula ezizo naye asasula ezize ogenda kulaba nga agamba nti naye omuntu ono bwe tunaagenda mu bufumbo bwe naaba nga sikikyasobola kukola bwe naaba ndi lubuto lukuze sikyasobola kukola ananfaako ebyo omukyala byatunuulira so ate naawe togenda nga weewaana ng'osamansamansa ssente.
Kansimbyeyo Shamira Katengo agamba abasajja abamu si balambulukufu bulungi kubanga ayinza okulinza ebbanga eggwanvu kyokka ng'atagenda kuwasa ate nga takubulira mazima kyokka nga ye alina ddiiri yakufuna muntu mulala kale n'olinda oluusi neyandibadde akutwala n'omugoba nga weekuumidde munno kumbe kiwaani kale okulinda ekiyitiridde nakwo okutama at least omuntu yandibadde clear ne munne yandibadde clear munne nafuna go ahead.
Kati waliwo abantu nga tagenda kugamba nti sigenda kuwasa oba mu birungi kati ensonga lwaki tugambye olina okutuuka wootuuka mu ddala mu mukwano n'evaluatinga n'ogamba nti gye twatandikira ne wano we tuli kino ekintu naasobola okugenda nakyo mu maaso. Abamu ku ffe tetwagala nnyo kuva mu kintu nga tulaba tekiikole twagala nnyo okukisigalamu ate ne tukikaabiramu oba ne tutandika kwemulugunya okukakana ng'otandise muvuma naye kasita omala okubalirira omutango n'omanya nti guno omutango nsobola ogusasula nkyasobola okulinda ne bwe giba myaka 2 ye okimugambyeko akubuulidde ebbanga bw'aba takubuulidde ebbanga kikyalowooza yakkiririza mu kuwasa akkiririza mu kubeera n'amaka anakukkiriza bw'otyo nga bw'oli oba asuubirayo omulala asingako kati ebintu ebyo byonna bw'omala okubirowoozaamu nga bwe nkugamba it's a personal choice okulinda tewali agenda kugamba sigenda kugamba nti alindako emyaka 5 nedda sigenda kugamba nti alindako emyezi 6 nedda naye weewe time ogambe nti okusinzira mu budde buno ne buno ye gwe kiruubirirwa kiki abantu abamu tugwa mukwano nga tetulina kiruubirirwa bw'obanga gwe tageti yo yakwesanyusaamu ekitegeeza ogenda gafula tolina nnyo bbanga lyeweewa naye ate bw'obanga oli mukyala n'ogamba nti by 28 latest nja kuba nfumbiddwa oba by 29 oba by 30 okitegeera kati bw'oyogera ne munno omakinga sure nti naye akimanyi amanyi obwetaavu bwo kakati bw'oba tewoyogedde ku bwetaavu bwo oli tagenda kubeera mind reader tagenda kubeera magician nti agenda kukisoma oluusi naawe ajja kulaba nga bwe twatandise n'ogamba you're too comfortable n'agamba kanjira mulekerayo seetawaanya kanjira mulekerayo gy'ali so naawe olina okumanya ki ky'oyagala so ekyo ekyokulinda kiri mu mikono gyo studying a situation olabe omuntu bw'olaba nga talina gyakutwala bw'oba olaba ng'olina nebyobuusabuusa mu mukwano ogwo waliwo okuba ng'olina byobuusabuusa bingi nnyo n'olwokuba oyagala empeta banaye togenda mpeta bw'oba ogenze down the aisle n'ogamba I do there is no coming back ate era ne bw'ofulumayo oba oyokyeddwa oba waliwo ebintu ebitagenda kugenda
nayagala okuddamu kukuba olina process ndaajo olina okuddamu
buto abantu abazze kugamba bintu bingi nnyo 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 byeraliikiriza omutima gw'ensonga lwaki abantu bagamba nti nabivaamu naye sigenda kubiddamu
nkoye ndi retired general kiyingiremu nga tewali kibankola
so making sure nti ebyo byonna obiteeka into consideration osobola okukola okusalawo okutuufu oba olinda oba obivaako oba omugamba nti katwewe ebbanga mwaka gumu mu mwaka gumu guno wetunaba tekikoleddwa tukole tutya nti ekitegeeza kijja kuba tekikyagenda mu maaso naawe omanye waawe okulaga
naye nga ate naawe totuula n'otuula n'olinda munna akole ki buli kaseera abenga
n'okunaaginga okwo ate empeta ate
bafubiddwa olumu bw'olaba si byaliko osalewo nti nsobola omugumikiza mu mbeera yaffe ne lwa tetufumbiddwa I can keep around naye abeerawo ng'akulinze kaninde nabo baana ngambako akantu botamugamba nga naye akitambulizaawo byebyo nno ebyolwaleero tuddemu nate enkya mbadde ne Bahati Hilda esimu eri 757-1170-757-14 mutera okumpeeza message nze siri kansula nja kuwa bwe namba ya Hilda yeeyo mukubire omubuuze kyomubuuza.
Indeed, Dettol Soap's non-stop protection formula has the power of Dettol, which gives non-stop protection from germs for 24 hours. Dettol, be 100% sure.
On the next episode...
Really, Meenakshi, you are the smartest in this house. No one can act better than you in the entire world, you know. That poor doctor couldn't understand.
Sandhya, I'm going to Delhi. I've not been out of Rajasthan since I was born.
Even I don't know the place. And anyway, you will be busy with the competition there. So what will I do with you over there?
No, Sandhya, but...
ekifo ekimu kissa wamusu n'ekyalo ekiweddeko abamanye bakiraza mumwa. Tugenda kutuuka gy'oli oyogere naffe ebikwata ku kyalo kyo, embeera mw'okolera, ebyobufuzi, ebyobulamu n'ensonga endala nnyingi. Ebyogerwa tebiyita. Tuusa eddoboozi lyo, yogera naffe buli lwakuna otereevu ku NTV akawungeezi.
There's been a burglary.
Whoa, a burglary? How did they even get in?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Marigalo? I'm sorry. I'm looking for Tembeka Shezi.
If you want to play dirty, I'm more than happy to oblige.
It's all systems go.
Please don't hurt him. You hurt him yourself.
I can see right through you, even though Umangali's no doesn't count.
Is that what's going to happen to our daughter, Daddy? Is she going to die?
You know this lady.
Hi, yes, Mr. Jabedi. I have a tip-off.
Fury.
I'm here.
You're also scared to say what you know. The noose is tightening round our necks.
Find a way to loosen it.
Scandal.
You can bring everybody in parliament as long as they can wake up and vote for the NRM.
As long as the voters exercise their rights to elect their leaders, there was no need for term limits in Uganda.
I know him. I know how he operates. I know how he thinks.
There are ways you can go around these obstacles.
Why should I conduct myself as if I am a Muyai?
It's absolutely true. I admired President Museveni.
Is the ICC a fiscal code targeting African leaders?
You cannot tell me that the whole trouble Kenya had revolved about only the two individuals.
The money is not in the budget of this financial year.
You can't beat God. You see, God is polygamous also. Look at Jeremiah chapter 31.
The security of this country will largely depend on the contribution that the people make.
We transact every day, and for centuries, currencies have changed hands. Business is a must, and that is why Money Matters makes it a must to talk business.
The biggest market out in Uganda because of East African connections and business.
From farming to business trading, we give you all the angles.
When you're harvesting, that one is the most important part, which will have to be there.
We'll bring you all the details that doing business has to offer.
Thoughts of the business leaders in the market.
The airline industry doesn't operate like any other industry, where you go in and buy a shirt and this shirt is 20 shillings today, it will be 20 shillings tomorrow, 20 shillings.
The analysis of the costs and the income in the industries. From wherever we are, we talk business, and at Money Matters, where money indeed matters. Business is a must.
So, don't miss talking business with us every Thursday only on NTV.
Look at all the juices that are in there, and that is what I'm looking for. My goodness, look at that.
What show just won Best Entertainment Program?
Log in for the glitz and glamour of Kampala's most flamboyant people and events.
I'm here today for Coco Fingers video shoot.
Big up NTV, thanks for the support. Log in, ndiwa nole ronzi zeko kakasa.
You're Golfy and you're watching Login.
Don't touch that dial, you know what I'm saying. It's Login.
We could do this all night. We could do this all night.
Suraj, please help me out. Babu was accusing you of some necklace that has gone missing from the house.
Sandhya, what you intend to do and what you don't, I don't have the patience and the strength to understand that anymore.
All these allegations were leveled against me. Then, how can I feel happy today? My reputation was maligned by everyone.
I firmly believe that she's a liar. She's not innocent.
Leave her hand right now!
I will not.
I will make their life miserable if anyone tries to touch or see my sister. Got it?
I will not listen to you. No way.
Oh no, what should I do now?
Made for each other, every Monday to Friday, 6:30 p.m.
Mubonyumirwa ebyemizannyo jangu nkulage.
Does! And Adam Johnson, the boyhood Newcastle United man, historic, flying in the face of all football logic. A magnificent goal by Robin van Persie. Ferdinand! Everton lead at Old Trafford. Walcott, Giroud. Suarez. Super Suarez. Hazard backs it up.
Good morning. We interrupt our broadcast to give you an update of the political happenings this morning. My name is Joel Senyonyi. Now, I'm sure as many of you know that today, former Prime Minister Patrick Amama Mbabazi was meant to begin his consultations in Mbale. He has a roadmap and of course, the end of it was going to be in Kanungu, but today was starting in Mbale. He was moving to Mbale. A quick update of the happenings. He set off from his home at 8 a.m. and he hoped to be in Mbale, well, say in what, 2 hours or 3 hours? But a couple of things happened along the way. Of course, there was a lead police car that was following him, just probably to be sure of what is going on and the like. And then Amama Mbabazi was stopped at somewhere in Namao Jolo. Of course, it was traffic police doing routine checks. You saw they checked his car. And then, of course, we had our own car as well, NTV. They checked literally everywhere in the trunk. Whatever it is they were checking for, we are not too sure. So after that Namao Jolo check, they kept moving, and then they headed to Ginger Bridge. Now at Ginger Bridge, that is where former Prime Minister Amama Mbabazi was stopped by the Director of Police Operations, that is Afande Kawesi. And Afande Kawesi gave Amama Mbabazi two options. One, you either drive back to Kampala, or two, we arrest you. Of course, there was a bit of pettifogging here and there. He was trying to understand, why exactly do you want to arrest me? Why should I go back to Kampala? I have a program in Mbale. I wrote to you people as police. You have not written back to me. And of course, the quibbling went on, but Mbabazi took the latter option, which was to say, well, arrest me, I'm not going back to Kampala. And so the information we have now is that he's been taken to Nachifuma. We have our reporter, Moses Akena, that is standing by. Moses Akena has been following Amama Mbabazi on his trail. Moses Akena, do you hear me now?
Yes, Joel, I'm picking you right.
All right, now we know that you kept following Amama Mbabazi right from his home in the morning. I gave a brief update of you kept moving until you were stopped somewhere at Namao Jolo. Tell us from the point of the Ginger Bridge, what happened there?
Well, immediately arrived just a few hundred meters from the bridge. He was stopped by the police, led by the Police Director of Operations, Andrew Felix Kawesi. Drive back to Kampala. That's what they told him to do. But after that, of course, he refused to go back to Kampala or proceed with the journey. Then they arrested him. And now, in our interview with Kawesi, he was saying Mbabazi was arrested under preventive arrest, like to stop him from committing a crime. That's what he tried explaining. So he didn't tell us exactly where they have taken him, but as you said, there are so many stations where at first they said he's at Njero police station, then others are saying it is at Chira Road. So apparently it's not very clear where exactly it's been taken. And then we also saw his wife and a team in his 2 cars driving back towards Kampala. We also talked to Jackson, of course, immediately after he was arrested, and she was saying she doesn't know why they were arrested, and she was still insisting they were supposed to keep going towards Mbale, and she doesn't know. And rather, we talked to Rachel, sorry, not the wife, of course. We talked to Rachel Babazi, and she was telling us that they wanted to still continue with the journey to Mbale, and they don't arrest them.
All right, Moses, you said that we are preventing Babazi from committing a crime. Did you drill a little more to try and find out what crime exactly this was talking about?
No, of course, as you've heard over the last few days, the police is saying Babazi was not cleared by the NRM party. And so they're saying until he gets that clearance, they won't allow him to go and all the consultative meeting he planned to do in Mbale. So apparently that is the basis on which
Uganda. If the president can do that, then former Prime Minister Mama Babazi should be allowed to do that. But here is the thing. I would expect that your client, being a lawyer too, should not say that, all right, since the other is committing a felony, I don't know that it's a felony or it is a lot more grievous, then it's okay for me to go ahead and do that. One would expect that instead of being obdurate, you adhere to the law and say, well, it's not time to campaign now. Let us not campaign. If we think the other team is campaigning now, maybe let's sue them and expect something to be done. But you see, if somebody is doing something wrong, you don't go ahead and do the same thing so that you can make an even kind of happening.
Campaigning is a legal term. Campaigning only begins after the Electoral Commission has declared the campaigns open.
But this looks like campaigning, doesn't it?
No. The law, the Presidential Elections Act, talks of an aspirant doing nationwide consultations. That's what it says. So how can you do the nationwide consultations without going around the country to consult? It is an express right that is stated. A presidential aspirant cannot campaign. A presidential aspirant will only campaign if and only if he becomes a presidential candidate, and that would mean that he becomes a flag bearer or the person that the party has chosen to be its representative in any election, and that's when he can begin to campaign. Consultation is done physically by meeting, greeting, talking them your views and your programs. It is not campaigning, and we are not in a campaign period.
How about when it includes T-shirts, of which we have seen T-shirts with the Mama Babazi's pictures, there's been flyers, there's been all these campaign materials being given away. Well, of course, we've seen it with the other side. It is wrong according to the law, but your client now is the one that we are talking about. That looks like campaigning. If it's consultation, you go talk to these people, shake hands with them, exchange a few pleasantries. But there's been T-shirts, there's been flyers, posters that have been given away. That does not seem like consultation, Fred.
It is consultation because I wish you can read the law. The law is very specific. It gives the things that a presidential aspirant can do, and one of them is to make posters and materials to promote his or her aspiration. So tell me, if the law allows you to make posters and materials, are the posters supposed to be kept in your store or in your house? The posters are supposed to aid and market your aspiration. So if you use them in the process of consulting, it is in order. And we must know that what is not prohibited in law is permitted. There is no prohibition in production of T-shirts and posters and or placement of those posters and or wearing of those T-shirts. So it is permitted. There isn't, on the contrary, there isn't an express provision of the law that has been cited that says an aspirant cannot wear his T-shirt or his supporters cannot wear the T-shirt or posters should not be placed. The other thing that you must understand, it is not just about the rights of the presidential aspirant. It is also about the rights of the voters, of the citizens. They have a right to be consulted as well. It is their right. You know very well that it is the right of the people to determine who governs them through free and fair elections. The people cannot exercise this right if they are not consulted. So not only are you taking away the right of the presidential aspirant, you are also taking away the right of the voter, because this voter must be consulted. How is he going to decide who should lead him or her when he's not consulted? So you're then telling the voter that he will decide who will govern them without an informed choice. People must talk to them. So it's a bigger thing than an individual.
Tell me, Fred, what's your plan? What kind of advice do you hope to give to your client? Because he's been detained. You say you're headed there. So do you hope that there will be some kind of litigation? Do you hope to go to court? Because police is digging in their heels and they're saying, look, you're going for an illegal activity. We are doing preventive arrest. So what's your plan now?
Well, the plan is the usual plan. If somebody is arrested, the law must be complied with, and the law requires that the charge must be notified to the person. The person will then make a statement in defense, and then the charge must be preferred against the person in court, if it can stand. If it's a charge that needs to be sanctioned by the DPP, it needs to be sanctioned. So our duty as a defense lawyer then is to ensure that the client is presented to the court and then we defend the charge. I will tell you that at the moment, we strongly of the view that there is no charge that can stand against him at the moment. I think these charges, whatever they will be, are not sound legally, and we are ready to defend against any charge that will be brought. So that's the plan of action, and that's how it should be in accordance with the law.
Fred Moema, Amama Mbabazi's lead lawyer, thanks a bunch for talking to us. Obviously, I can prognosticate that it's a Herculean task that you have ahead of you, but let's see how things go. We'll keep in touch with you to keep us informed on the happenings there. Now, turning to social media, of course, social media is awash with lots of happenings, Facebook, Twitter, and yes, people are continuing to talk. Let's look at this one here. This is coming in from a one Geoffrey Akuguziwe. He says, I thought that the police was for Uganda. Later understood it was for the NRM, but now it's arresting even NRM members. Who is the owner of the police? Good question there. All right, I think I looked at this one who was talking about two options. This is actually what happened earlier on when AIGP Andrew Felix Kaweesi did give the Honorable Mbabazi two options. Either you head back to Kampala or I arrest you. And Mbabazi seemed to have chosen the latter. And that's what happened there. Another person here says, this is in Luganda. Chino chikambwe nae government atuyambe. This is Umaru Hamza. And yeah, government ilimkubayamba. Hopefully. Somebody else says, I meant why didn't they arrest him from Kololo instead of waiting for him to get to Njeru? This is coming in from Grace Natabalo. Another person here says, lawyers on the way to Amama Mbabazi, who has been moved elsewhere. That's for sure. We've just spoken to his lead lawyer, Fred Moema, and they're headed there. All right, Maurice Ochol should be online to give us other developments. Maurice, good morning.
Morning, Joel.
Tell me, where are you and what's going on?
Nagalama Police Station, where Dr. Kizabeth is being detained after being arrested from his place at Kasanga.
All right, just before you tell us about the arrest and so on, I know you were at the man's home from very early in the morning. Just take us through a synopsis of sorts. What happened from that side?
From his place at Kasanga, it was earlier 6 o'clock. They had already deployed to police vehicles were there. But also, what was now happening was that they had blocked his home and they were not allowing him to get out of his house first. But also, what the policemen, when we first talked to them, said they didn't want him to go to his rally that he has organized, the first rally that he was going to have for his campaign, as his campaign to the FDC president. So by around 8:30, that's when he walked out of his house. But as he walked out, the police blocked him and the questioning told him, where are you going? So he explained to them he was going to the American embassy. He had an appointment at the American embassy. But the police said, no, we don't know that information. All we know is that you're going to have your rally. So immediately he asked to be released, but they refused. So it was a waste of the police car, and they brought him to Nagalama.
Now, Maurice, you know what normally happens is that these opposition figures, they write to police in the expectation that police writes back to them saying it has been okayed. But of course, much of the time what happens, like in the case of Amama Mbabazi, he wrote to them. To date, they've not responded. So did Kizza Besigye write to police? Because according to the Public Order Management Act, that's the requirement. Did he?
By the acting FDC president, Geoffrey Kanya, wrote to the police, informing the police about the rally. And also the police replied back. But we didn't see the letter that the police replied back stopping the rally on. So Besigye also demanded, but there was no letter. But we saw the letter that the police, that Geoffrey Kanya wrote to the police, informing them about Dr. Kizza Besigye's rally.
So have you been able to speak to Besigye? Well, you say he's been detained, or any of his supporters? What's their next plan of action?
Apparently, it's only Besigye who has been detained now. So we don't know what time they will release him yet. We don't know what time they release him. But at Kasanga, we're told there's, of course, a demonstration going on headed by the women's league, former women's league.
Ingrid Turinawe.
Yes. So we don't know
where is that happening
at the moment. At Kasangati Playground.
Come again?
At Kasangati.
At Kasangati Playground, you said?
Yes, where Besigye was supposed to have his rally.
Have we managed to speak to Mugisha Muntu? We know that his campaigns will begin on 11th of this very month. What does he have to say about this, if at all? Or from his camp, do they think this is a good thing? Politically, it could be because he's an opponent, but maybe otherwise.
No, for now, the people who are with here are just the people from Besigye's camp, this task force. So we haven't seen much of Mugisha Muntu's side. We haven't seen anyone yet.
How about the supporters that, yes, you talked about the supporters and
yes,
the planned rallies, because there's been a couple of them. This was going to be the first. So yes, one would wonder, are they now a timorous lot? Are they thinking we need to abandon this? Or are they digging in their heels, building a lot more intrepidity, courage, and saying, you know what, let's go with this?
No, what is happening with the supporters, you could clearly see that this is just probably just energized most of them. Because they're saying this is now the beginning. This has opened up a door for them now. They're being arrested. It is now opened up a door for them to start up now vigorous campaigns for them. When we spoke to some of them, Francis Mugisha says this is the trend. This is what happened. Now, Besigye being one person who is known for always being arrested and released, it just set the pace now for them. And they said now there's no turning back for them. After Besigye is released, they're going to start up a vigorous campaign.
Maurice, did you manage at any one time to speak to any of the authorities, police that did detain him? Well, of course, the expectation is they will give the usual response of its preventive arrest and so on. That has actually become cliche, or cliché, like somebody likes to call it. But what comment did you get from them about this arrest?
For now, we haven't yet spoken officially with police, but during the interaction when police spoke with, was having an exchange with Besigye. What the police were saying was that, listen, Besigye, we have an order from high authorities that you're not supposed to cross over your place, and you're only supposed to remain at your place. You're not going to leave the place. That's all we had. And we were saying that they have information that Besigye was planning to have a rally, but his rally was intended to disorganize the public.
And the other supporters, the supporters of Besigye, speaking to them, do they feel this is unfair, this is not right, or are they like, you know what, this is the usual, this is what we expect, so we were ready for it? What's the atmosphere like?
Like Arerest said, most of them are saying this was expected. For them, they expected this to happen, and it's no surprise, but also it is energized most of them, according to the ones that we spoke to.
All right, Maurice Ochol, thanks a bunch for talking to us. Stay safe out there. We'll keep hearing from you along the way. All right, we turn to social media now and look at a couple of your other responses. Many people giving us feedback here. Somebody is asking, should this be the beginning of turmoil in Uganda? Well, hopefully not. That is Ino Ategs. Jimmy Raymond says, I think the government should just let the other politicians express themselves freely. Let Amama Mbabazi do his thing. Aine says what the police is doing is outside the law. Uganda needs professional police and the army, which does not follow individual orders. That's coming in from Aine. Martin says, the more you suppress someone, the stronger you make them. Let them leave these people free, and people will decide. Of course, the point he makes there is, look, this man is being given a lot of political capital, and that's what, by the way, some of the people in the other camp think, no, we shouldn't be doing this. All right, Jerryella says, it's called a dose of your own medicine. That person, I'm sure, is lambasting Mbabazi because many think he's been, the one behind all this previously. I thought that the police was for Uganda. Later, I understood it was for NRM, but now it is arresting even NRM members. Who is the owner of police? This is coming in from Akugiziwe Joffrey. Okay, I think I looked at that. This is Umaru who sent his in Luganda chino chikambwe na government etuyambe ibayambe muchiyobe basibe. Grace Natabalo saying, I meant, why did they arrest him from Kololo instead of waiting for him to get to Njieru? Well, we know that Dr. Kizza Besigye was arrested at his home, so what this person seems to ask is, look, why did you not arrest Amama Mbabazi from his house? Why did you wait for the man to move all the way and then you stop him there? I don't know. Good question. All right, I think I looked at this. This is Jimmy that was wondering. Let me see if I can get one of the newer ones that are coming in here. All right, as we look at that in a bit, Afande Shaban Bandariza online. Afande, good morning.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Tell me, Afande, you have been monitoring all this. I've read a few of your articles. You have lampooned the man, Amama Mbabazi. What do you think is wrong about what he's doing?
Now, what I think is wrong is simple. It is not allowing himself to act according to the rules.
Which rules are these, Afande?
First of all, he belongs to a party which he says he's going to aspire through, and his party are political activities which are regulated by the Presidential Elections Act and the NRM Constitution. They are starting their activities in October. This is July. So when he goes out and he says, I am a presidential candidate, aspirant, he's aspirant as an independent. If he had said, I'm an independent, that would have been fine. But if you say, I am an aspirant within NRM, and when NRM has not started, and the NRM organs and structures and leadership are saying, we do not do things that way, then you are not playing according to the rules. Because some people want to take Honorable Mbaba as if he's an ordinary citizen consulting ordinary citizens. The moment you are a presidential aspirant, then you are at another level, and so your activities must be within the rules, must be within the law, because even security has protected you, but according to the rules and the laws. So he has sidestepped them, and that is causing controversy and inconveniences.
All right. By the way, I must inform our viewers, Kano Shaban Bantariza is the Deputy Executive Director of the Uganda Media Center. But moving on, Kano, I'll tell you, I find it flummoxing that somebody has to be given permission to aspire. For goodness sake, he is aspiring. He's saying, I want to give my shot at this. Does somebody need permission to be able to aspire for something, for a position?
Unfortunately, that is what political party organizations act demands and directs.
You quote for us that law, Afande.
Sorry?
You quote for us verbatim that which you're talking about.
I do not have the books here, but you know that, for example, when they say the political party activities, you saw the other day, the FDC and the DP, they are doing their internal elections, and nobody has stopped them. Now, if this one also was part and parcel of his party activities, nobody would have stopped him. But if Chiza Besje and General Muntu, Nomat Mao, and actually Karo Shaban, we all came out and said, we are aspiring and we're going to consult, we put out a unilateral agenda and timetable, how would the country manage and handle that?
Kano, I'll tell you what I think punches holes in that statement you're saying. Because you see, this is not an NRM party activity. It's not been, sanctioned. It's not been organized by secretariat. So the party does not need to give it a go-ahead. This is an individual member of the party who is saying, I'm aspiring, so I want to go out there and consult. Why does he need the party's permission? Because you see, it's not a party activity. It is an individual Amama Mbabazi activity.
It is not an individual Amama Mbabazi activity because he himself, Honorable Amama Mbabazi, has stated it clearly that he wants to aspire as an NRM aspirant and eventually an NRM candidate. So he cannot be a Mbabazi but also one in NRM. It's not possible to eat your cake and have it at the same time. So if it's not an NRM activity and yet he's an NRM aspirant within NRM, so how do you reconcile the contradiction?
Kano Shaban, there has been many a person out there, and some have even resigned their positions, RDCs that are saying, look, we want to throw our weight into this, either to stand as MP, to stand as LC5, etc., etc. We have not seen police or the political parties granting these people permission. They are going out there and meeting people, some quietly, some smaller rallies, and so on. And we keep wondering that why is it that what's good for the goods is not good for the gander?
Somebody who is aspiring to be an LC3 chairman or a district chairperson has a different level of operation from somebody who wants to be a presidential candidate by being a presidential aspirant. The treatment is different. You do not expect that, for example, the head of operations Kawesi would go to my sub-county in Bitereko and is going to superintend or even provide security for me when I want to consult. That's one. Number two, those you are talking about, tell me, who has come out and addressed the nation that he wants to aspire under
Probably
NRM.
You've not been listening. They're all over radio stations. Some have gone to print media. They're all over the place.
Let me ask you, why have you not even been concerned about any one of them?
Oh, so in other words, what we, the media, put a lot of focus on, then all the arsenal of the system come against that person. Is that what you're saying?
The reason is simple. If you want to be, when you have the president, the other day Mbaz himself was saying, I could not rectify what is wrong within the NRM because I did not have executive power. Give me that power, I will do that. So when you are aspiring to be a president of the whole country, there's no doubt that everybody will be interested because you will be taking the decisions against the life or death of everybody. Somebody in the Matoma district does not take decisions which will affect the life and death of people in Busoga.
Colonel Bandariza, you began by quoting the law, and I thought, all right, this man probably is sagacious as far as the law is concerned. So let's talk the law. You said that when somebody is aspiring to be LC3 chairman, MP, that's a mundane level. If they're aspiring to become, president, then the party needs to give them permission. So you help us understand which part of the NRM constitution, which part of the country's constitution says that if you're aspiring for LC3, for MP, then it's okay, nobody will disturb you. But if you're aspiring for for president and for that matter flag bearer, then the party should give you a go-ahead, then the EC should give you a go-ahead. Which law does that come from?
Just go and read sections 1, 3, 9, and 10 of the Presidential Elections Act. They will show you what Honorable Mbaba should have done. But him and his lawyers are only picking section 3 that allows him to consult, an aspirant to consult. But if you do not read the law in its entirety and you are only picking a convenient section, you will definitely get in difficulties with others. But so I have now told you, get the Presidential Elections Act on your desk, read section 1, section 3, section 9, and section 10. They will show you what Mbaba should have done, and if he does, he will not be in controversy with anybody.
I find it, of course, quixotic that you're lumping us together with Mbabazi's team. When you say Mbabazi's team and then your team, I'm sure you were talking about NTV in this particular case. Look, Colonel Bandariza, ours is to ask the questions, and we'll ask you the hard questions because we want our viewers to have these answers to these questions. Anyway,
I am giving that answer not to you as NTV, because it's not only NTV that is interested in what is happening around about Honorable Mbabazi. It is the media houses and the individual citizens, even foreigners. So when I say you, it is you, Kururo, not you, Sinjura of NTV.
All right, so you have talked about those articles and so on. I would like you to hope...
There are sections. A statute does not have articles. It's not a constitution. There are sections, and that's why I want you to read them.
All right, so since we have you, the one that has read them, would like you to educate us. What should Mbabazi have done? Since now you say that he's on the opposite side of the law, he should have done things differently. Just add and bread for us. From the word go, what was he meant to do?
What he should have done is what everybody else in other political parties are doing, to aspire first and foremost within his political party, and then if he's an aspirant, then his structure, for example, if it is NRM, they have got the Central Executive Committee, which was considered with many others who are aspiring, and then they would take that on the National Executive Council, and they get and vet them, and whoever are vetted or are approved in those structures would be taken to the National Conference or the Delegates Conference for electing a flag bearer. Because you cannot just be an aspirant. You are aspiring to be a flag bearer, and you can only be a flag bearer within a political party.
You know, Afande, when we saw the likes of General Biraro, especially when he came out and he said, look, I want to give my shot at this, we did not see police coming in to clamp down on the man. But you see, what's obtrusive is that the police, the army to which you belong, seems to have pressed a panic button. And what you see is all this arsenal coming out against the man, Mama Mbabazi. And you're thinking, wait a minute, is this man so fierce? Why do you seem to be like, an army with feet of clay? You're so worried of the man. What's up with Mbabazi, Mama?
Honorable Mbabazi, you cannot grade him together with the General Biraro, who didn't even address the nation at all. He simply said, I want to be president.
That means selective application of the law then, doesn't it?
Nobody even knows General Biraro's political party. But the political party for Honorable Mbabazi has been declared by himself, so we know it. So you cannot say, General Biraro, go and put your aspirations to this party. Do we know it? We don't. But for Honorable Mbabazi, we know his political party. He has been a Secretary General of NRM. He has been in charge of that office for almost a decade. And he still says he wants to aspire within his NRM party, and he hopes to go for the delegates conference to be elected. Now, is he going to parachute right from Mbare or Kachumbari and then go to the delegates conference without going through these appropriate and legally structured authorities of the party?
Colonel Bandariza, the UPDF to which you belong has done an exquisite job in bringing security and making sure that, tranquility in this country. And everybody in Uganda and beyond have seen this. But you see, when we see what is happening around all these arsenal, the Mambas moving in heavily, crisscrossing the roads, the signal that we seem to be sending to Uganda and to the rest of the world is that there is a problem. Because you see now, investors, for example, look at this and they'll think, wait a minute, this seems to be like a house on fire. What is so hard about letting this man go meet these town hall people? For goodness sake, they're not terrorists, they are Ugandans that have, for the last time we checked, probably been following the law. What is so difficult about letting them go? Because you see, we seem to be creating an atmosphere of fear, and that is not good for our country.
To allow who to go?
We're talking about Amama Mbabazi and his team.
Why do you want to allow Amama Mbabazi to go and you do not expect that what should apply to him should apply to everybody else? And yet, you know, if the NRM party or FDC or UPC or any other party did that, then that would mean that there would be no organizational discipline. Everybody would do heterodoxically what he wants to do. Everybody would do unilaterally what he wants to do. And I think you know that even at NTV, you cannot simply do what you want to do. You cannot simply publish any news you have. That's why you have news editors, you have news anchors, and you have people who take decisions, and you follow within the structural arrangement. So why do you want Mbabazi to be allowed to do what he wants to do, and then others will be forbidden?
All right, very good question that we have been asking. Why should Amama Mbabazi be stopped from doing what others are doing? But Kano Shaban Bantariza, thanks a bunch for sharing your 2 pence.
Nobody else is doing what he's doing. Actually, he's doing what he's doing alone. Nobody else.
All right. Kano, pleasure having you sharing your 2 pence with us. Let's look at what else is happening on social media. Somebody called Peter here says the Ugandan police is only proving to the world that it's not a national force but an NRM militia. Another person here, this is Moses Kiimba, he says police should be partial but good for Mbabazi who authored all this. All right, that is resemblant, of course, to somebody who was saying that Mbabazi seems to be having a share of his own medicine. Azaire Alan says Mbabazi now knows the extremes of this preached democracy. Mbale is a start. All right, moving on swiftly. Kenneth Freeman Mugume asks, does police defend NRM constitution or Uganda constitution? Let Amama and Besigye consult the electorate. Another person here says, this shows how we, the people, have been oppressed and face dictatorship here in Uganda. That's Mab Christian Alex. Another person called Richard Loyola writes a lengthy one here. What is puzzling about the actions of the police is whether the NRM constitution is now supreme to that of the Republic of Uganda. They have justified their actions based on reports that JPAM, that's Amama Mbabazi, has not been cleared by his party. But what does the constitution say about his consultation as a presidential aspirant, he asks. About the interpretation of the Public Order Management Act, I am amazed at how the police think they can interpret the act better than JPAM, who authored and championed its enactment, rather. All right, a couple of others. Keep engaging us on social media. We'll look at some more as we go along. Joining us online now is the Honorable David Bahati. He's a member of the NRM. Of course, he's a Minister of State for Finance. Honorable, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me, Honorable, you have been watching the happenings herein. You're a part of the inner sanctum, if you like, of the NRM. Your former leader, has been arrested now. Are you smiling? Does it sound like music to your ears, Honorable?
I think our advice to our brother, the Honorable Amama Mbabazi, is that don't put yourself in unnecessary circumstances which you have not control over. The NRM constitution and the code of conduct is very straight. Anybody who wants to seek for any position, you must abide by the rules of the party. He knows for sure that the presidential flag bearer for the NRM will be chosen in a certain forum under certain rules, and he's completely ignoring those. He just needs to know that if he says he wants to stand in NRM, he must be treated.
Honorable Bahati, you're obviously
as any other member of the party.
Honorable, you're obviously better versed about the NRM constitution than the rest of us. So I would like you to just educate us a little bit. Where in the NRM constitution does it say that for somebody to aspire for any position, whether it's presidency, that's chairmanship, or any other, should first and foremost seek permission from the party, either from the Secretary General or from whoever the case might be, for them to be able to aspire?
Yeah, our code of conduct and the NRM Electoral Commission gives guidance on how we are going to provide to call out these primaries for any position in our party. And the NRM has said, the Secretariat has said they have not the method that he's using to fulfill his ambition is not what he's using. And after all, I think the public should really know that the people of Uganda are peaceful. They don't want to be destabilized at this time. If he wants to stand as under NRM, let him abide by the rules of the NRM. As simple as that. If he wants to stand as an independent, he can be allowed to go on. And after all, he's not the change Uganda needs at the moment.
All right, of course, that's your opinion. He thinks it's the change that Uganda needs. But you see, when you say that Ugandans are not willing to be destabilized right about now, some might think you're sounding war drums. Because what's destabilizing about a man saying, I'm aspiring for this position, I want to go and consult people, let me go, I have rented out a hotel somewhere in Bali, there's people that are going to come, we meet in that hotel. What's destabilizing about that?
You work at NTV, you are hosting this talk show, you have rules that guide this talk show, and you're abiding by them. The same applies to the party. The party has rules that you're abiding to, and you must abide by those parties. If he wants to stand as an independent, he's free. He can consult any other person, any other people anywhere. But if he wants to stand as NRM, he must abide by the NRM rules. Unfortunately, we cannot allow one person to behave this way and another person the other way.
Honorable, you see, each time I hear you and your colleagues talk about the rules that Amama Mbabazi must follow, I'll tell you, it sounds like some cryptic puzzle that not everybody seems to understand. So when you talk about the rules, I just want you to help us understand. Just a moment, Honorable. Let me just build this up. If Honorable Amama Mbabazi says, I'm aspiring to become chairmanship, so help us understand. Is he supposed to ask for permission from the Secretary General of the party, from the chairman of the party? We're just trying to understand exactly what wrong he did. That's what we seem to be missing here.
It's important you're asking me this question, because when you want to, if you want to stand for any party position, you work under the rules of the Electoral Commission.
Yeah, those are the rules that we want to be able to understand.
You write to the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission has guidance, and we do not allow other campaigns or campaigning countryside for any of the national posts. You have not seen the president campaign. You have not seen any of the vice chairperson. Anybody who wants to be vice chairperson of the party campaigning. You have not seen any person who wants to be campaigning, because all our elections for those posts are done at Nambole. And he himself knows he has participated in this party, he has participated in building it. He knows very well how we have been doing things and how we do things in the party. He is deliberately, intentionally trying to oppose our set rules for his own way, for his interest.
Honorable, you have said that His Excellency the President has not been seen campaigning. I'll tell you, many of you are watching, you are thinking, this gentleman is being disingenuous. Honorable, are you still online?
Yes, I am.
All right, yeah. Because I was saying that many people listening to you saying that the president has not been campaigning, they might think, what has happened to the good Honorable David Bahati? He sounds disingenuous when he says that.
No, we are going,
look, as an observer from the periphery, watching what has been going on in your political party, you know, this afternoon, this morning and afternoon, I'm clad in yellow, so some I think I belong to your political party. No, these colors existed before these political parties, so there you are. But the point anyway I was driving to, Honorable, is that when you say that the president has not been seen to campaign, some might think, wait a minute, he has actually done a lot more than what Honorable Amama Mbabazi has done. There has been billboards of His Excellency the President, many different places, Acacia, Bukoto. There's been T-shirts that have been given away with pictures of His Excellency the President. There have been rallies that have been done in favor of His Excellency the President, one in Mbale, where Mbabazi has been stopped from doing a town hall meeting. And you're thinking, wait a minute, for goodness sake, why is it okay for one to do it and it's not okay for another to do?
I think we must make this clear. The NRM has set rules, and anybody seeking the any position in the party must abide by the rules, must go through the Electoral Commission according to the rules. And that's what we are saying. And what we are saying is that no one, we are all equal in NRM. No one is going to be treated with any special treatment because the party is bigger than all of us, and that's the point that we are making. But should he be interested in running as an independent, he can go on and run as an independent.
Honorable Bahati, yes, I do hear you. When you talk about following the rules, my imagination is, what I hear you say is that probably His Excellency the President has followed the rules to do what he has done. So does that mean that he wrote to the party secretariat, to the Secretary General, and asked for permission, something you're saying Babazi has not done? Are you saying he wrote to the Electoral Commission and told them, we're going to be having rallies, we are going to distribute material and so on? Is that what His Excellency the President did?
Make a distinction as a president, a sitting president visiting a certain area and being welcomed by party members. The president has not mentioned anywhere in his speeches, anywhere in private or public, that he's seeking any party position until that time.
How about the campaign materials, the T-shirts, the sole candidature, posters all over the place, the posters and so on?
But have you heard the president say he's going to consult for the party flag bearer? What? Because he knows the guidelines of the party don't allow that. And he has been abiding by it.
You see, for all intents and purposes, when there's all this activity going on and supporters of the president doing it on his behalf, it's as good as home and dry.
There's one thing people really misunderstand, is that the party has, for us, we don't go out to campaign for these party positions. We don't go out we have set rules. We go to Nambole and elect our party flag bearers for different positions. The FDC has the way they do it. The DP has the way they do it. In America, they have the way they do it. In China, they have the way they do it. So if you belong to NRM, you must abide by the rules. The former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Mbabazi, has been part of this party. He knows the rules very well. He is deliberately refusing to accept the rules for his personal interests. And we are saying, please, follow the rules, as simple as that.
Honorable Bahati, that word rules, it is soon becoming cliche because we are using it a lot. But look, when you said that the nominations and everything, the campaigns are supposed to happen after Nambole, but again, I get back to the question of His Excellency the President. All right, not him. Let's say his supporters. They've been wearing T-shirts, his T-shirts, giving them away. There's been billboards. Maybe let's say he didn't put them up himself. There's been posters that have been distributed. I hear you say that that is wrong. But you see, we have not had any of you objecting these supporters of His Excellency the President saying, look, what you're doing is wrong. Let's wait after Nambole. Because if you say His Excellency the President himself has not come out to say, I want to contest, that's granted. But his supporters are out there doing all this. Why are we not telling them that it is wrong the same way we are telling the supporters of Amama Babazi? In fact, we are not only telling them, some have been arrested, etc., etc.
No. Have you, for example, had any program of the president saying that I'm going out in this particular place to seek the election of the party flag bearer? No.
Yesterday there was a rally in Bale, and one of the prominent people there was Honorable Irene Muloni, the Energy Minister, among several others. That was a rally for His Excellency the President. Was that not wrong according to your rules of the party?
Well, I'm asking you, have you had the president issuing out a program to say that I'm seeking for support for a certain position in the party, because he's waiting for the rule, is abiding by the rules of the party. You have got to the Electoral Commission, you have got to be cleared by SEC. SEC must understand, you must clear you. Then after that, you go out to Nambole and get elected. The method he's using, Right Honorable Mbabazi, is not the method of NRM, and he has got a choice to make. If he wants to stand in NRM, he must abide by the NRM. As simple as that. If he wants to stand in another party or independent, he must make a choice.
Honorable, let me ask you this as we begin to wrap this up. The rally that happened in Bale yesterday, it had several MPs. I saw Simon Mulongo, I saw a couple of others. I saw the Honorable Irene Muloni there. It was a rally in favor of His Excellency President Museveni. Was that rally in order, would you say?
But have you had the president make any comment that he's going?
No, let's for a moment ignore the comments or whether the president has come out or not. But just talking about that rally in particular, was it in order? Was it in tandem with your rules as the NRM? Yes or no, Honorable?
It is actually in tandem with the rules. But what matters most is what the candidate, the intended aspirant, says. That's what is important. But for people to welcome the party, because he's a party chairperson, he's the president of the country, people can do anything to welcome him. People can do anything to support him for the work he has done, for the laws that he has built, for the peace that he has fought for wrong, and for the program that he's implementing. People can do that anywhere in the country. But what is important is, have you heard the president issuing out a program to go and consult that he wants to contest for the chairman of the party? No, because he's abiding by the rules of the party. He's abiding by the rules of the party. So at the end of the day, we are not going to treat anybody in any special way. We must all, the party is above all of us, must abide by the party. If the Right Honorable Mambawas wants to stand to be a flag bearer for NRM in NRM, he must abide by the rules of NRM. They don't allow the method that he has adopted. If you want to stand on any other party or as an independent, then the Electoral Commission can sort that one out. I think this provocation is really not necessary. This method of work is not necessary. The people of Uganda want peace. The people of the party NRM have the rules, and all of us abiding by the rules. Why do you want us to treat anybody in a special way and allow others to go on the way they want? And I think that's the point that this morning we are saying. That's the point that should be understood by Ugandans. And that's the point that all of us know.
All right, Honorable David Bahati, Minister of State for Finance Planning, thanks a bunch for talking to us this morning.
Thank you.
We'll move on and look at other comments that are coming in here on social media. Somebody here says, the more you suppress somebody, the stronger you make them. Let them leave people to be free, and we will be able to decide. That's coming in from Ewan Martin. Police should be partial, but good from Babazi, who authored all this. This is coming in from Moses Kiyimba. Alan Azaire says, Babazi now knows the extremes of this preached democracy. Mbale is a start. Well, he seems to tell Amama Babazi to brace himself for a lot more. Gacha Limabaga, as we say colloquially. Does police defend NRM constitution or Uganda constitution? Let Amama and Besije consult the electorate. This person, of course, also talks about Dr. Kiza Besije, who we have information was arrested this morning as he was leaving his house to go and begin campaigns because he wants to vie for flag bearer of the FDC. Somebody else here says that this shows how we, the people, have been oppressed and face dictatorship here in Uganda. That's coming in from Mab Christian Alex. Online joining us is Solomon Serwanja. Solomon, good morning.
Good morning, Joel. What I can confirm to you right now is that the former Prime Minister, John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, has just arrived here at the Chira Road police station amidst tight security, escorted by a couple of police vehicles. As I speak, he's inside the DPC's office trying to get a statement from him. However, we have been denied entrance. Earlier on, I was speaking to the DPC who told me that they were expecting him, but he has arrived right now. Of course, his lawyers are not yet here, but a couple of media houses beginning to arrive. Heavy security at Chira Road police station, manned by people who are police officers who are heavily armed. And of course, we've not been given access into the police station. But what I can just confirm is that former Prime Minister John Patrick Amama Mbabazi is here at Chira Road police station, Joel. As we continue to get any information, we will be passing it over to you.
Solomon, this gentleman was arrested at Ginger Bridge, and now you're telling us he is detained at Chira Road police station. Is police telling us why? Ginger is on the other side of the world, if you like. Chira Road police station is just down here, Bukoto. Why did they have to bring him down this side?
Joey, before I can answer that question, Severino Tuniobusinje, who is the lawyer to the Prime Minister, has just arrived, and of course Muema and co-advocates just arriving here. If you can just, let me just hook you direct to Severino Tuniobusinje. Severino.
Sure. Yes, we are informed our client has been arrested. He's here at Chira police station, so we have come to do what the law requires us to do as his lawyers.
Counsel, is police telling you why they have had to bring him all the way this side? There's police stations, a plethora of them, on the way to Ginger and so on.
There, who has just arrived, of course, with Fred Muema at the Chila Road police station, trying to find out the case that is going to be opened against his client and their client. The whole legal team is here. It seems like we'll be having a showdown just before we know. But they have also so far been denied entrance and access to the premises, to the Chila Road police station. Security refusing them to enter. The picture looks a bit rough here. A couple of angry police officers with heavily armed blocking the lawyers from accessing Chila Road police station, Joel.
Tell me, Solomon, have you had a chance to speak to any of the police officers there, either somebody in charge or that kind of thing, to just try and have an understanding of what's going on, etc., etc.?
What I can tell you, Joel, is that police is tight-lipped about what's going on. No one wants to talk to any journalist. But after a small argument here, I think the lawyers have been accepted to access the premises and they have been cleared, although the media has so far been blocked from entering. But just to go back to your question, Joel, we know that the police cannot say anything. Earlier on, I tried to ask the OC station and the DPC, and they were saying the responsibility of speaking to the media is with the PR police spokesperson, who is Fred Enanga, whose phone is actually off. So you can imagine the position that police is in right now. Of course, they continue to be silent about the charges. Well, we earlier heard that it's preventive arrest, but well, we are yet to know what crime they're going to open against the former Prime Minister, Joel.
Solomon, did you get a chance to look at the man, Amama Mbabazi himself? You say he's chained there. Did you see him leave the car? He always cuts this relaxed, calm, cool, collected pose. What was that like today?
Being a diplomat that he is, he was, of course, he came in a double cabin police car. Of course, they opened.
Tell me it was at the back of that truck.
No, he wasn't at the back.
Many people would like to hear that that's the case, but anyhow,
no,
tell us.
He wasn't at the back of the truck. He was actually brought in as a diplomat with the respect. I think he was treated with some respect. Police officers opened the door for him and he moved out. He's putting on a yellow tie, professing, I think, that he's still NRM because, of course, he tells you that he's one of the people behind the NRM party. But yeah, he's as I know right now, he's in the office of the DPC trying to sort out a couple of issues. Of course, his lawyers appearing there and to know what charges they want to open against him. What is very interesting is how they could transport Amama Mbabazi from Jinja in just a couple of an hour. Normally, Jinja is about 1.5 or 2 hours, but well, the guy is here and. What we know is that the police will tell us later on which case they're likely to open against him. But the lawyers are also saying that there's no reason whatsoever that you have to hold our client. Joel.
Well, you've spoken to the lawyers, but I'm sure besides journalists, there could be some other interested parties there. I don't know, maybe his supporters. Any people there, and what do you seem to read?
That could be right. That could pick up later on in the day. But of course, he had just arrived just about 5-10 minutes back. His lawyers just arriving. But I've not seen any of the supporters here. Although the people, the border people across the road, if you've used these roads, they're all staring at what's going on. Of course, traffic beginning to get jammed in this place. But other than that, everyone is just waiting to see what's going on. We're still trying to press through to access the Chila Road police station to really find out what's going on in there. And we know that the lawyers, once they come out of there, they will be able to talk to us. Joel.
Solomon, I don't know what your position is at Chila Road police station, but each time I come down that route as I come to work, on the left, as you're coming from Bukoto, on the left, there's a very big billboard, a very big one there that has the president's portrait, talking, adumbrating a couple of things, then sole candidature and the like. Do you see that billboard?
Well, Joel, I cannot have my sight on it right now, but not really. I'm just across the road. Probably I've not been very observant, but I've not seen it around.
All right, Solomon, you have covered these kinds of stories for donkey's years, if you like. Tell me, as a journalist, do you get frustrated? Because you see right now you're trying to get, comments from police and that kind of thing. And yes, you do have your colleagues there, some of whom have traveled, from media houses all over the place. Some have traveled with Amama Mbabazi. Now they're here. You're trying to reach the PRO police, and there seems to be no word from there. What's that like for you as a journalist?
Well, I'll tell you, we are seeing the reoccurrence of what happened to Besigye when he first of all expressed his interest to take on the president a couple of years back. Of course, police arresting him and refusing to talk and saying we don't want to talk to the media. It's one of those stories that keeps developing, and you would expect that the police also at that moment, they're not sure of what to tell the media. So it's just part of the story. But we know that as it unwinds, that as everything comes and unfolds right before our own eyes, I'm sure that the police spokesperson will come up with a statement, or either the DPC or something, So covering such stories, Joel, for me, you know how to, like, when you're covering an unfolding story, you give it time to mature. You give it time. So we're watching closely. And just to tell our viewers on NTV, we are closely monitoring this story for you. And every other thing, we'll be the first people to let you know of what's happening, Joel.
You can say that again. We are closely monitoring that story and we'll keep updating you. Solomon Seranja, thanks a bunch for sharing with us what you're seeing out there. Stay safe. We need you back with that story.
Anytime, Joel, anytime.
All right, viewers will need to take a breather right about now, but Solomon did tell you. We'll keep following this story, trying to understand what's going on, because now we are told Mama Mbabas is at Kira Road Police Station. We'll keep following. Will he be detained a little bit longer? Will he, surprisingly, be given an okay to now head to Mbale? We'll wait and see. But the other developing story, of course, is the BCG arrest. We'll keep tabs for that on you, and just to try and find out what is going on in his camp, and then that rally that is being coordinated by the former leader of the Women's League in FDC, Ingrid Turinawe. So that and more will keep coming up. But for now, let's take a breather.
NTV, turning on your world.
Stay closer for longer. 12 hours fresh breath with close-up deep action. Discover the new look of close-up deep action. Your refreshing close-up now in a new look.
Explain to me, how is it that Adolfo and Leonardo don't exist?
Corolla hacked into every type of document. Social security, driver's license, credit history, all of it. They don't exist. There's no documentation anywhere of two brothers with those two names.
You know, I don't really feel like fighting with you.
Ignacia,
Let me
please.
go!
I need to know now why you went to see Pilar.
My heart breaks again. Every time you look at Pilar. I feel like dying when she smiles, and it makes you smile back. How do you think I felt last night?
A small town nestled in the mountains of northern Miyazaki. This is Takachiho, home to some of Japan's most ancient myths and legends. The natural landscape here has always been especially revered as sacred. Even today, the town has more than 100 shrines. Much of the scenery has old myths associated with it. This riverbed was said to be a meeting place for the gods. From beneath this 1,300-year-old Zelkova tree, a sacred spring bubbles to the surface, a gift from the gods. Takachiho's mysterious charms attract 1.2 million visitors every year. Some of the most mysterious of these charms are to be seen in the Gokasegawa Gorge, a deep narrow valley cutting through dense primeval forest. The ravine sheer cliffs were formed by volcanic eruptions tens of thousands of years ago. A footpath runs for 800 meters along the river, leading you through the ever-changing scenery. Water rushing over the 17-meter Mamai no Taki Falls flows from the sacred spring we saw earlier under the ancient Zelkova tree. You can grow right up to the falls, into the spray filling the narrow chasm between towering rock faces. Close by the gorge stands the Takachiho shrine. Founded about 1,800 years ago, it is the head shrine of the town. Two gigantic cedar trees, so close their roots have fused together. Legend says that if two people walk hand in hand around these trees, the bond between them will last a lifetime. As darkness falls, the sound of flutes and drums echoes round the shrine. This is Kagura, an ancient tradition of music and dance that's been performed in Takachiho for over 800 years. The performers represent gods in dances that retell the ancient legends. Of the 33 Kagura dances preserved at Takachiho, the most important is the tale of the Sun Goddess. The Sun Goddess hid in a cave, casting the earth into darkness. The other gods and goddesses sang and danced outside to arouse her curiosity and lure the light of the sun back into the world. Takachiho is a land where the old myths live on. In this inspiring scenery, where every rock and stream is steeped in legend, you feel the lingering presence of the ancient mysteries. Zori and Geto, traditional Japanese footwear still widely worn today. Construction is simple, a base to support the foot and a strap for the toes to grip. Zori have a very long history, but straw Zori from the 9th century look very similar to those made today. One difference is that leather, plastic, and many other materials are now used as well as the traditional straw. From formal Zori worn with kimono to casual ones you can slip on any time, Zori come in many styles. The bumpy upper surface of these Zori is designed to stimulate circulation in the soles of your feet. Rubber beach sandals or flip-flops are a common sight worldwide. Amazingly enough, they were invented in Japan, inspired by Zori. Light and convenient, beach sandals are now made in a huge number of varieties. Geto consists of a flat piece of wood with two ribs underneath known as teeth to raise the wearer off the ground. Geto have their roots in agricultural accessories worn when planting rice. People began using Geto as footwear in the 5th century. At first only worn on special occasions like festivals, by the 17th century they had become everyday footwear. There are many styles with different shapes for the top and for the teeth. For rainy days, these Geto have toe covers. These have a top layer of bamboo to keep the feet cool in summer. Geto are the natural choice when wearing traditional Japanese clothes. But they look good with jeans and casual wear too. People love Geta for the simplicity and the feeling of being barefoot. You'll often see the chefs in Japanese restaurants wearing Geta. Kitchen floors can be cold and damp from frequent washing, and Geta keep the feet dry and raised off the floor. Artisan-made Geta are prized for their beauty as well as their practicality. These gorgeous examples are decorated with gold and silver on a lacquer base. Because you must firmly grip the thong with your toes as you walk, Zori and Geta exercise the muscles of your feet and promote good posture. Unlike shoes, your feet are open to the fresh air, and your toes aren't cramped and squeezed together. This prevents corns and many kinds of foot problems. Zori and Geta have been worn in Japan for a very long time. It's an old tradition that's very much alive, with new designs appearing constantly.
NTV, turning on your world.
Stay closer for longer. 12 hours fresh breath with close-up deep action. Discover the new look of close-up deep action. Your refreshing close-up now in a new look.
Do you make a lot of business deals too? Get 150 MTN to MTN minutes for 7 days and make more deals for 7,000 shillings only. Dial *160*2#. Select a bundle.
Welcome to the new world.
MTN. Everywhere you go.
Effective Monday, 6 July, screening time for your favorite drama series, The Hostel, is Monday at 7:35 p.m. Behind Closed Doors will air Wednesday to Friday at 8:05 p.m. and repeats on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Brave Woman will be showing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 10 p.m. and repeats will air on Thursdays and Fridays at 11:30 a.m.
Tukomye kati okufumbiza abawala abatanneetuuka. Ffenna tulina okukolera awamu okukomya okufumbiza abawala abatanneetuuka. Abakazi obukadde 3 baafumbirwa tebanaweza myaka 18. Bangi ku bano bali wakati w'emyaka 249. Ebirooto by'abakazi bano bingi eby'obulamu obweyagaza tebigenda kutuukirira. NTV egenda kukulaga ebikwata ku kufumbiza abaana abatanneetuuka n'obulabe Uganda bwefunye ne bwegenda okufuna mu kino. Naawe tubuulire ky'omanyi, kyewali owulidde oba ekyakutuukako. Olina ky'okola okukomya omuze guno? Tubuulire ng'oyita ku mukutu gwa NTV ku Facebook ne Twitter. Ku Twitter osobola okugatta UNICEF n'aba U-Report mu mboozi yo. Ky'otubuulidde tujja kukigabana n'abalala ku NTV. Baako ekirungi ky'osiga mu baana ba Uganda. Tukolere wamu tutuuke ku kwolesebwa n'ebiruubirirwa bya Uganda eby'omwaka 2040.
Explain to me, how is it that Adolfo and Leonardo don't exist?
Corolla hacked into every type of document. Social security, driver's license, credit history, all of it. They don't exist. There's no documentation anywhere of 2 brothers with those 2 names.
You know, I don't really feel like fighting with you.
Ignacia,
Let me
please.
go!
I need to know now why you went to see Pilar.
My heart breaks again. Every time you look at Pilar. I feel like dying when she smiles, and it makes you smile back. How do you think I felt last night?
This program is rated PG.
It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
Livia, I just told you that I already took care of everything.
How did you do that? Did you buy him a ticket out of here? Where to? To Turkey? So that he'll be right under the radar.
I bought him a ticket, yes. A ticket straight to heaven.
You what?
I said that I solved it, so I solved it.
Well, at least this case leaves a clue. A clue that we could follow. An unprotected clue. Santiago. Let's put this guy through the ringer. Let's investigate all the connections that he ever had, all right?
Attorney Stenio. He got him released about 3 times, right?
Ha!
Why are you still here? I told you I don't want to hear about Morena. I won't listen to what you have to say.
But Morena is in danger, Theo.
What danger, Sheila? What danger?
Jorge vem de lá da Capadócia, montado em seu cavalo, na mão a sua lança, defendendo o povo do perigo, das mazelas do inimigo, vem trazendo a esperança. Jorge, nosso povo brasileiro, tem alma de guerreiro, não cansa de lutar, enfrentando um dragão por dia. Na sua companhia, a gente chega lá, olhando para o céu, sou capaz de ver. Trocando, levantando sempre com você.
So tell me, why is she in danger?
It's that trip, Theo. I really have a very bad feeling about that trip.
She went there because she wanted to, Sheila. She's there because she wanted to be there, right?
That's exactly what I can't understand. How did she end up there in Turkey again? She didn't want to go, Theo. I remember she told me there was no way she would ever go back there.
I know, Sheila. She also told me that she wasn't going to go.
So then, don't you find it strange?
Are you asking me? You should know.
Morena was very scared to go back there, Theo.
But she did, didn't she? So now she can stay there. Or she can come back and go on with her life, and I'll go on with mine. You'll have to excuse me, but I have a plane to catch.
Theo,